Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily... Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Good morning. How are we, people? Some technical difficulties this morning. I don't know what's going on. But our Sarah P says, welcome everyone and thanks for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe and notification bell on the way in. That would be very pleasurable and very whatever. I would really appreciate it. Is an jury selection? No, Christine. Jury has been selected yesterday, so they took all day yesterday to select the jury. There is a jury. I don't know more than that. Then we go, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. That is Sarah P back. We got this one whinging again. Here she is. Lady Di, starting soon. Really, Dan? So just to let you know, I had a thumbnail saying starting soon on, because on my personal laptop, which used to be my work laptop, as I say work, streaming laptop, I can't drag things. My cursor doesn't work, in the sense of I can't click and drag anything on it, which is annoying. So I couldn't set up a thumbnail unless I jumped on my work screen computer, and I wasn't going to do that till today. So I just put a basic one up as a hold. So there you go. If you'd like to support the channel, best ways to do so, PayPal and Buy Me Coffee, especially Buy Me Coffee. I'm thirsty, so buy me coffee. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, I've not posted anything except for this morning. I did start posting a video this morning. Morning to you, Sarah P. How are you, my darling? Marky, how are you, sir? Nice to see you, buddy. Dave already commented on my other video today already. Thank you, Dave. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Lady Di, how are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. You have no hair? No, I shaved my hair off. It's fucking boiling here. It's really, really hot here. So I needed to. You're probably trying to multitask, and we all know that does not end well. You're right. Morning, Jonathan. How are you? Do you all want to see something squeamish? Not squeamish, but I've not been. So on the weekend, I walked 11 miles on Saturday and 8.5 miles on Sunday, but I was in agony on Sunday. This is what happened. Look at that. That is, I had a blister on both feet. So that's my right foot blister. And that's my left foot blister. So I think my right foot one, I think it's a bit more of a blood one. And that one's more clear. So I've not been able to walk at all since Sunday. So I'm pissed. I shaved my head because I was like, I'm going to walk a lot more, but I haven't been able to walk. And I've still got them. Oh, I'm not going to lift my feet, but I still got them. I'm bathing them and doing all sorts of stuff to them. I've not popped them. Some people say pop them, but I have not popped them, so. Oops. Good morning, Toots. Hope you're doing well. Afternoon, Bad Dads. I hope you're doing well. It is very hot. I don't think Americans understand how hot it is in the UK. I don't think they understand. I had a woman on from Arizona. She posted a video saying she put ice cubes on her face and stuff, saying, oh my God, this is worse than Arizona weather, and it probably is. So, well, I had the same shoes for a month, Lady Di. I've had them for a month, so for 4 weeks they've been fine. But now they're gone. Yeah, this is a different kind of heat. You're right. I was going to post, I actually sent it to Josie, but I forgot. Hang on, can I send it to myself here? All the summaries in the description box. I know nothing about this except for this guy shot the guy. The full summary is in the description box, Lady Di. I put it in there purposely so that people, when they do ask, they can look at it. All I know is this guy owned a gas station, and the other guy, who was a young person, ran out and he shot him in the back. So that's all I know, to be quite honest with you. No, that's not the one. I know, but it is, but I'm working. Well, we will get to it because we've got open statements coming now anyway. So they will be doing open statements. So the whole outline, I've not looked at the outline of it. I just know this guy has been accused of shooting, well, killing a guy. So, Dave, how are you? I did a video on Sports Channel about your team. Josh Jacobs, I know. Not good. Right. Hang on. Let me try and see if I can send this to myself. So I can then... Here we go. Send this to myself. Let's see if I can do this now. Okay, it says it's sent. I saw this and I thought it was funny. I'm going to send it to Josie, but might as well play it here as well whilst we waited. Well, not waited. They've started about 10:02, so I'm not rushing it because there's plenty of breaks and stuff. Right, here we go. This woman is from Arizona. She is currently in the UK. She's in Preston, Badaza. Oops. Oh no, why won't it? Oh, here we go. That's why, because it's the bottom.
I don't know about this UK summer. It's too hot. I know Arizona is hot, but this is too hot.
Now, she lives in Arizona where it's hot as fuck. This is the struggle we have in the UK.
Gonna have to bring ice cubes up to bed. Get ice packs when we sleep.
Borrow my ice pack.
What have I got myself into? I think I'll take a British winter. At least you can get warm by like just putting a couple of jackets on and stay by a fire. When it's hot, where do you escape to? Sainsbury's? I need to go sit in Sainsbury's.
Spain.
Spain, yeah, but we're not going to Spain.
Cornwall. Cornwall Beach.
Right, get in the car.
Blackpool.
Oh yeah. I'm saying, where do you escape to for air conditioning?
No one knows what that is or where it is.
Sainsbury's is the only place. You have to go to a supermarket to get air. I don't know about.
We have to go to a supermarket to get air conditioning or in a car. We don't have it. So this person lives in Arizona where it's hot as fuck and is complaining about the heat. It's because we don't have air conditioning. We don't have any of that. So here she is. How we doing, hippie?
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy. Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy. Walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky. Go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
There's something wrong with my Like this song is great for
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't know what it is. I think that I got really bad signal or something. Might have to go back out to back in again. That's what my son said when he went to school in Spain. I couldn't believe there was no way. It's unbelievable. I mean, when I say it's hot, it's hot. There's thunderstorms coming. There's already thunderstorms about 20 miles away from me right now. But there's thunderstorms coming now. Like, I have all windows open. I am fucking boiling sweat. I just had a shower. I'm sweating through. Do you know what I mean? Unbelievable. I got my shorts on. You see my blister. I am friggin' boiling. If I go topless in this stream, then fuck it. Like I'm not gonna apologize. I ain't gonna I am fucking dripping already in this top. Dripping. No fans. I mean, you could buy a fan for sure. I mean, but we only need it for like 1 to 2 weeks a year. This is a massive heat wave for us, you know. So, but it's not the heat it is. It's the fact that there's no escape. No escape from it. It's just in every room, outside, inside. It's just pure hot. It wouldn't be bad if there's some aircon where we could just walk in for 5 minutes. But if you want aircon, you've got to go in the car and start it. Hello, Patty. How are you, my darling? Yes, that's true. That's true. You can't lose weight just by sitting here listening to you mofos. So, towel on the seat stops the ball sticky to the chair. I know. That's funny. Right. Let's get going, shall we? We are a little bit behind. I'm going to show it from the start. There's a bit of dead space, but at least you get to see him walking in and stuff like that. Just a reminder, this guy is, he was a gas station owner, and he's allegedly he allegedly shot and killed this young boy. So we'll see what happens to this one. He's not out on bail. I think bail was refused. So, you know, being hot is awful. You can't sleep. You get agitated and bitchy, or maybe that's you. That you know, that is you without the heat. So, I mean, that's just a normal day, hippie chick. Oh, that's a lovely photo of you, by the way. That's a lovely photo of you. But it is. I am literally stark naked, bollocks naked, in bed with nothing on top of me. I am fucking boiling. So. We are behind. That's why they've started about 25 minutes ago. That's why I want to play it from the start, so you can see him come in the courtroom and stuff like that. So I'm going to go back out and back in again, just the way you like your ladies. In and out. I won't shake it about. I'll just go in and out. So hang on. I'll be back. Okay, I think we got it. Right, let's play it. We'll have a chat as we watch them. We are behind, so don't worry. Don't worry, people. So this is him coming into the courtroom. It's on, as in I've unmuted it, but we can watch it. There he is. Here he is. So you know, I don't know who this is, but you know, and then it's represented by Court TV, right? So it is unmuted. So there are who they are. I do know they have a sidebar very quickly. Private attorneys, I have no idea if it's private attorneys or not, to be quite honest with you. There's not much information. There's no, there's basically nothing about this case. Well, not nothing about this case, but it was in the media, but ever since then it's been very coy. I presume it is private attorneys, though, for sure. I came in at the worst time then. God, cut the Wi-Fi miracles to happen. I am back. How you doing, Dumpster? Don't worry. Be happy. Bex, how are you, my darling? I just showed everyone my blisters, so unfortunately you missed out on my blisters on my feet. So I know, David, he looks younger than you though, Dave. So I would say he's less than you for sure, Dave. Also, we got Carly Gregg. She's got an appeal hearing today as well. I'll try and play that one at the lunchtimes as well. So we'll see. Who's guilty today? Well, allegedly, Rick Chow may or may not be guilty. We'll see. As I say, the court is unmuted. This was a while ago. So there you go. Here he is. There's a few things coming up. I know they do sidebar and stuff. All they do then do is talk about different things before. Oh, stop teasing me with that mute. So I am unmuted with it, so we'll get to see it as it is. I know they do discuss one thing at least. So oh, come on. Because Lady Di is whinging like fuck. Let me do this for you. Otherwise, I won't hear the end of it. So, Rick Chow, who is on screen now, is a Shell convenience store and gas station owner, and he's standing trial on charges he murdered an unarmed teenager at his business. In courtroom documents, investigators say that Chow chased the victim and shot him in the back in May 2023, despite lacking any evidence that the teen was shoplifting. Deputies said there was no evidence for physical confrontation or that the teenager had pointed a gun at the defendant. At a news conference announcing the charges, Richland County Sheriff Leon Lott said that Chow chased the victim off of the store's property and towards an apartment complex before opening fire, hitting Carmack-Belton in the back. Detectives at the scene conceded that Carmack-Belton had a weapon, so the victim did have a weapon on him, but said that Chow lacked any basis to open fire on the teen. I believe he shot him in the back. Chow's defense failed to convince Judge Scott Sprouse to dismiss the murder charge following a 2-day stand your ground hearing, the state reported. At the final pre-trial hearing, Judge Heath Taylor agreed to grant the defense request to suppress evidence Chow had previous interactions with law enforcement. Prosecutors revealed at the hearing that the Sheriff's Department had taken the extraordinary step to invite him in to discuss the limits of his legal use of force. Chow was never charged in any previous incident. And Taylor said the jury won't hear about the conversation unless the defense opens the door by making the claim that the defendant never had prior contact with deputies. One of Chow's attorneys, Jack Swerling, who I think is Dave's younger brother, had fought to have the trial moved out of Richland County, but that request was denied. The request was made due to a pre-trial publicity. Swerling told the judge that he already requests a change of venue, but felt it was necessary to find an impartial jury. Taylor assured the defense that jurors would be properly screened, and they held the jury selection yesterday, and they did it all in groups of 10. The defense wanted groups of 1, so individuals, but the judge said, no, let's do it as 10 at a time. Carmack-Belton, who was the victim, was remembered by Summit Parkway Middle School as intelligent, humorous, with a quick wit, and well-liked by his classmates. The school said his goals were to own a tattoo shop and be famous one day. And that's it. So that is a brief summary of the whole thing. Hello, Yaya. How are we doing, Yaya Trucker? Nice to see you. I've seen these attorneys before somewhere, and I don't know where. Don't know. So here the judge comes in. I mean, so it's a court that's on mute, not me. This is like Dave Umberger's party here, because this is like party central. This is like retirement home, and Dave would fit right in. He's posing for court TV. Oh, I thought it was an attorney. His head is nice and shiny, the judge. 2 cocks worth the effort and money just for being cuties. There are a lot of shiny bald heads in court today. There are actually. Dave has a Mohican though, so Judge got his melon shine. He knows he's on camera. So, hello, Sherry Berry. How are you, my darling? Hello, you beautiful people. Hi, Dylan. I freaking missed you guys. Don't worry, we missed you too as well, Sherry. The people we miss, yourself included, Sherry, and the people we don't miss are constantly here, like Bex and Lady Di, and so he does keep you shining. I wonder if the acorn doesn't work there, and that's why it's just sweat. I'm a little bit lost in the chat because Jonathan says, don't use true words never spoken. I almost cried when I first handled them. I don't even want to ask what you were handling with your hands, Jonathan. I can imagine a few things. So there is this sidebar, but we do get to hear from the attorneys in a little bit. I love the judge's bench and background. So I think this is our background. I hope they're able to zoom in on one of these bad boys. So I don't care where they show the picture, either there or there. I don't care. Just show one of them. Like I can view that and I can view this. Whichever one you want, Judge, I don't care. Just make sure we look at it. So boobies. Bex got it. Bex got it. Bex got it. Bex wins the prize. Hey, Bex, let me message you. Let me message you, Bex. Because this is your fault, Bex. Let me just message Bex here for a second. Not that I want to, because I don't actually like it, but where's it gone? That's what you made it. Me do, Bex. I messaged you on Messenger, Bex. That's because of you. Hang on, let me just do it here then. No, don't be scared, it's fine. But that pain is because of you. Right, the judge is. Here we go.
Yes, sir, stay ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we were discussing at the bench, one of the questions we had, so that you're aware, we're about to start a murder trial with State versus Richland Chow. There is no doubt that he is incarcerated. However, in case the court is reading this later, there's always a concern that the defendant not look like he's incarcerated. The deputy was very good to us, but there was concern of putting the deputy directly behind Mr. Chow, and making him appear as a security risk to the potential jurors. The request that we had, first we requested that the deputy not be back there at all, but understanding the court's concerns and the deputy's concerns. I think the compromise was that they put shackles on his legs, restricted his movement. And of course, if he does anything that creates any type of security concern, we understand we don't have to put the deputy back. Our concern is having the deputy back directly behind him could influence the jury. And we discussed that with the solicitor. I think everybody is in agreement.
That'll be the plan moving forward.
Thanks, sir.
All right, first, before we get started, obviously there's a significant media presence here. I have instructed the media not to take any photos, videos, anything of that nature of the jury. I was informed that overnight there was some reporting about me having, or allegedly having the media removed from the jury proceedings. I guess the implication was that almost as they were taken out in cuffs. Certainly it was not the case. I definitely wholeheartedly respect the media process and what they do, and certainly understand their constitutional right to be present in these proceedings. However, I have to weigh the privacy concerns of the jury panel during the selection process. That's why the media was excluded. And I'm just putting this on the record in case somebody wants to challenge my decision or anything of that nature. But it's solely for the privacy of the jury. We have a hard enough time selecting juries and getting jurors to show up. If they don't want to be on camera, they're not the star of any of these shows, and if they feel uncomfortable, they ask a lot of personal questions. So it's solely to protect the privacy of the jury, which I had to balance against the constitutional right of the media to be present. So that was the reasoning. If anybody needs to challenge it, there are 5 folks down at the corner of Gervais and Sumter with roads much heavier than mine that can take care of it. So I didn't want to put that on the record before we got started.
And Your Honor, finally, just last this AM, we finally concluded with the reciprocal Rule 5. We gave the state our expert report. We were on the phone with them late last night, so as soon as it was completed, we got it. So there was no necessary delay. We got it when they had it this morning. I think we have now completed with all of our rules under reciprocals. Thank you, sir.
Well, we got a cell phone infraction report, but I understand there might be some other kind of report coming.
Yeah,
So it's not completely compliant. Let me clarify, but we do have a report.
yes, sir.
Cell phone.
Here's that's what you're trying to. We don't have anything that we have not given up that. We have
All right, anything else from the parties before we get started?
nothing on behalf of Mr. Gardner.
Nothing on the stage, John. Well, to start out today, I guess not so good fashion, we are already missing a juror. So we will select an alternate. Since we selected 4, as you all know, we don't select the very first alternate
Oh, wow. So one jury has already been withdrawn before the trial starts. So they did select 16, but they're now down to 15 then. So, okay.
That's chosen. It is by random selection. All clerk has folded up the numbers. Yeah. So I will draw from those 4 pieces of paper, but it was juror number 9. She was the 12th juror selected in the panel. So I'm just going to pick one. So it's like juror number 259 will be the replacement. Any objections or problems with?
None will say.
I discussed that with Mr. Chow. There are no objections and explained to him the procedure and it was done in accordance with the statute.
Okay, very good. All right, y'all ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
Mr. P, will you please go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's another reason why we get more alternates. So that when there's dropouts even before the trial begins, we can sort it. Right. Bring the jury in. I don't do the brand thing because I didn't like Judge Newman. I thought it was okay, but I don't do the whole thing. Did you watch Dumpster, the Alex Murdoch trial? Because I didn't stream that one because I hadn't started my channel, but that was my inspo for starting this channel. But since I've watched so many trials afterwards, the Murdoch trial, I now know that Judge Newman wasn't great. He was okay, but he was not great, Judge. Shave your hair, bad dad. Just shave it all off, sir. I really bicked my hair. Right. I'm a judge connoisseur now. I am. I know what the good ones are and what the bad ones are. Right. So this guy here, I've seen him before. And I think I've seen this guy before. But that judge, definitely with the white hair, I've definitely seen him before. I don't know what trial. What trial? I can't place it. Or was it the one that you talk about Court TV? That he works for Court TV? Maybe that's how. Maybe that's where I've seen him on Court TV, maybe not in an actual trial. But I've definitely seen him before. Definitely seen him before.
Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely.
And she's out on the bus somewhere.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
And Dave, if you start misbehaving,
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
I can see this trial, there'll be plenty of this.
Objection, Your Honor.
lack of foundation, calls for speculation, unintelligible. I don't understand.
I was wondering where you were. I didn't want to jinx it because I was going to say we're mod 3. Let's fucking go. Oh, Jonathan's here. Shit, sorry, that wouldn't have worked. I did wonder where you were. I just thought you would do one of these.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Well, what?
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm sorry, honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
Sarah P believes in drinking protein in the mornings and in the evenings. She's also partial to some protein in the afternoon as well. Whatever floats your boat, as they say. Right, come on. I'm just forwarding it until we start. We'll hear what the judge has to say. This is the jury being called. Oh, here we go then. We don't call a 5 days a day Sarah P for no reason.
We did that outside of your presence. There's a process for doing that. Juror number 9 is unavailable due to illness. So juror number 259 will now be a part of the panel. We understood on that. And you will join the. Oh, you're already down there. Okay. So Mr. Colbert already told. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the case of State versus Chow. Again, I want to thank you for your important responsibility of jury service. As I told you earlier, without folks like you willing to serve, our justice system simply cannot function. I want to introduce a few folks. You've already met Mr. Colbert. He's our chief bailiff. And any of the folks that would be yelling code, they are sort of your eyes and ears. This week, they're here to help you if you have any questions, any problems, any concerns. They'll get you to and from the jury room. If you need to address me with any issues, you notify them. But again, they're here to help you. To my right is our court reporter, Catherine Spires. Cat takes down everything we do in here. This is a court of record. In the event there were an appeal, everything she types up would go to an appellate court. If sometimes she tells somebody to speak up or say that again, she's not trying to point that out to your attention. She's just making sure she got it back. To my left is my law clerk, Becca Sternberg. She is my lawyer. She is a lawyer that assists me with my duties. And further to my left is Olivia Miller. She is a law student who is visiting with us for 2 weeks. So I just wanted, if you were wondering why there were who folks were in the courtroom, that's who they are. Now, the instructions I'm going to give you now are an introduction to the trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law in the case. I'll instruct you on the law applicable at the end of the trial before you consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we're going to follow during the trial to help you better understand what's happening. We're not going to be, and not take notes during the trial. The defendant is charged by warrants and a subsequent indictment filed in this court with the crime of murder. The elements will be explained to you later. The warrants and the indictments are simply the charge by which this case is brought into court, and is not in any sense evidence of any of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. Therefore, the state has the burden of proving each of the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts. You are the sole judges of the facts. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and other evidence introduced during court. It's up to you to determine the inference which you feel may properly be drawn from the evidence. It's especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. If I make an error of law, there are appellate courts in our state that will correct me, but they don't get to go into the jury room. So it's important that you are conscientious in your duty. Now, on the other hand, And with equal emphasis, the same rules that make you the judge of the facts make me the judge of the law. The law as given by the court is the only law you may consider. You must accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. I can't tell you what the facts are, and you can't disagree with me about what the law is or should be. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts that you find in the testimony of the witnesses and any other evidence that's introduced. After doing all that, you will render your verdict under the oath that you're about to take as jurors. Until I advise you to begin your deliberations, you must not discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, and anyone involved in the case. You must decide the case based solely on the evidence presented to you here in this courtroom. That means during trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the case, about the law, by searching media, internet, websites, anything of that nature. After the case is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. The attorneys and the parties in this case have been advised that they are not to talk to you at all. So if you see anyone involved in the case and they don't say hello, they're not being unfriendly, they're just following my instructions. It's important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until all the evidence has been presented, the parties have made their closing arguments, and I have instructed you on the law. If you become aware of another juror's violation of these instructions, you must inform me immediately. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what's called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues in the case, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues are. Counsel for the defendant may also make an opening statement, although he is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during opening statements is not evidence in the case. It is only their contention as to what the issues are or what they believe the evidence may show. After opening statements, testimony will begin. It's your responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence as it is presented to you in this courtroom during the trial and on the law as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. The evidence in this case will be presented to you by the testimony of sworn witnesses from this witness stand and by exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. In determining what the facts are in this case, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It will be my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible, meaning whether you get to hear it. But once the testimony is admitted, it is solely for you to determine the believability of the witness testimony. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of the witness, the bias of the witness, the prejudice of the witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen the matters and things about the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have the right to consider anything that is in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means you must pay close attention to the witnesses, observe the witnesses, listen to the witnesses, and pay close attention to the attorneys and to the court. Please don't let your thoughts wander and give strict attention to the testimony so that at the end, after all the arguments of counsel, my charge on the law, you will be in a position to determine what the actual facts are and to apply the law to those facts and render a verdict. From time to time, you may hear one lawyer say something like, "Your Honor, I believe we have a question of law or a matter of law to discuss with you," or "Your Honor, may we approach the bench," or sometimes I myself might find it necessary to excuse you from the courtroom for a short while so the attorneys and I can discuss a matter of law. The reason for this is you are the judges of the facts. And sometimes when I'm discussing matters of law with the lawyers, it may be necessary for me to make some comment as to the facts in connection with the ruling or whether or not a particular law applies. I'm not supposed to tell you what the facts are, so I will excuse you from the courtroom while these discussions take place so that in no way will you be influenced by anything that I might say or do in connection with the facts. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes that may seem a little frustrating for you, like we're wasting your time. You might be sitting back there in the jury room for 30 minutes while we're talking about the law. But I promise you we're working. I value your time just as much as I value mine, and I don't let lawyers waste your time. So, if you're back there, trust me, we're working. We're not talking about how bad the Gamecock baseball season was this year or anything like that. We're working. So, again, I value your time. Your time is no less important than any lawyer in this courtroom or mine. So understand that we value your time very much. Now, I need to appoint Madam Clerk, will you please swear the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. After this oath, please acknowledge my answer ID. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try and true deliberate snakes between the state of South Carolina and the defendant at bar, and you shall have in charge and a true verdict give according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? You may be seated.
Okay, I need to appoint a foreperson, and ma'am, there next to Mrs. Cole. What's your number?
302.
302. Will you pick the magic chair? So you are our foreperson. It is going to be your added duty to manage deliberations and complete the verdict form.
Okay, so I hate that when they just choose a foreperson, sorry, not floor person. I'm not a fan of that. You chose a chair, so you're now the foreperson. What's your shit as a foreperson?
Further instructions on that. You're not going to get paid any more than your other rewards. But you will be our foreman to the conclusion of the trial. Any exceptions from the state as far as what I just told the jury? No, sir. Anything from the defense?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Stay ready to open the argument.
We're ready, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please, the court.
Yes, Mr. Lister.
Counsel, Mr. Kent, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Swirling. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the value of a human life? To grieving parents who've lost a 14-year-old to senseless acts of violence, a human life is priceless. But on May 28, 2023, Chow, the defendant in this case, determined that Cyrus Carmack-Belton's life was worth less than 4 bottles of water. I say this because in May of 2023, Chow, the defendant in this case, was the owner of a convenience store and gas station on the corner of Park Lane and Springtree here in Columbia. His wife was working that evening. She was a co-owner, and their adult son was working there as well that particular evening. It was around 8 o'clock or so p.m. that Cyrus Carmack-Belton, a 14-year-old, walked into that store. And he had on a red hoodie with a small pocket in the front. He was carrying a black backpack. We know this to be true because the defendant in this case, Chow, had an intricate camera system that captured almost every interaction within that store and multiple camera angles. He also had camera angles outside of the store on the premises of the store and immediately adjacent to the store, so you could see what happened at the beginning of Spring Street as his property ended. So Cyrus walked into that store, red hoodie, small pocket in the front, black backpack, and he walks in and he immediately is asked by the co-owner, Chow, to remove his backpack. That's store policy. Cyrus complies, does exactly what he's asked to do. He puts that backpack on the cooler and begins to walk around and browse throughout the store. He goes aisle to aisle, browsing, looking around, looking at the candy, looking at the waters, looking at other things in the store. And Alice is directly behind him watching everything that he does. When he walks to the front of the store, she watches. When he walks to the side of the store, she watches. She leans against post and watches everything that he's doing as he walks through that store. Their adult son, Andy, is working the counter, and he's watching as well. And as other customers come in to buy things, he'll service them and continue to watch Cyrus as he walks through the store. Finally, Cyrus walks to that back right corner of the store. And again, we know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that Mr. Chow installed. He walks to the back. He opens a water cooler, leans the water cooler against his left shoulder, and takes out 4 bottles of water. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And after a second, he pauses and methodically puts all 4 water bottles back into that cooler. 1, 2, 3, and 4. He closes the cooler and begins to walk back towards the front of the store. And it's at that point that the verbal confrontation begins. And I say confrontation because Cyrus said nothing. The co-owner of the store, Alice Chow, asked if he needed help and eventually accused him of stealing water, told him to empty his pockets. The adult son, Andy, who was watching, said the same thing. You took some water. Give us back the water. Cyrus said, I took nothing. I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything. And they continued to verbally attack him, accusing him of stealing water. Interestingly enough, if you look at that intricate camera system, Cyrus is telling the truth. He took nothing from that store that day. As he tried to walk out of the store, they continued to verbally harass him to the point where he took his backpack and calmly walked out of the store. Again, we know that to be true because of that intricate camera system that Chow installed. And as he walks toward that door, the co-owner, Alice Chow, says something in Cantonese that makes her son run around the counter towards Cyrus. And then Chai Ki Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, comes from out of an office in the convenience store, armed with a .45 caliber Glock pistol, and follows Cyrus out of that store. Cyrus walks out of the store, takes a right, slowly, and hears them yelling, running after him, turns to see, and again, the camera system shows these things, and he takes off running. Cyrus tries to run through the parking lot to the point to where he runs out of his Air Force One Nike shoe, runs out of his shoe, doesn't turn around to pick it up because you have an adult male running behind you with a .45 caliber Glock pistol who has falsely accused you of stealing. So he runs. He drops 2 cell phones out of his pocket. We know this to be true because there are witnesses who we expect you'll hear from who'll talk about how they had to throw on brakes to keep from hitting them as they ran across traffic. We know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that he installed. He drops 2 cell phones, one belonged to him, one to his mother. Doesn't turn around to pick up one of those cell phones. Continues to run, falls down, gets back up running, falls again, busts his shin, drops the backpack, keeps running. In total, Chai Ki Rick Chow and his son chased Cyrus Carmack-Belton over 130 yards off of their property onto a public road in Columbia, South Carolina. And eventually, after Cyrus fell a couple of times, Chai Ki Rick Chow fired the fatal shot, which ended his life. Folks, 130 yards is a football field. No, in fact, it's a football field goalpost to goalpost plus 10 yards. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Byron Gibson, the 5th Judicial Circuit Solicitor, and I, along with Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, represent the state of South Carolina. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a roadmap of what this case entails, what our position is in this case, and what we believe we can prove, as well as give you an idea of what to expect from the court and how this proceeding will run for the next several days. Now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that when Cyrus walked into that store, he was wearing a red hoodie and a pocket in the front, black backpack. Unbeknownst to the Chow family, to Chai Ki Rick Chow, to Alice Chow, or to Andy Chow, he had a pistol in the front pocket of that hoodie. Unbeknownst. They didn't know. We know that to be true because that video will confirm all of those things. Confirm that he walked around the store, had a conversation with them. At no point did he ever threaten them At no point did he ever curse them when he was being falsely accused. He didn't spit on them. He never attacked them. He calmly walked through the store and calmly denied stealing anything from that store, which again was true. The truth in this case is that Cyrus did what you'd expect an adult to do in that case. He walked away. He tried to create distance every time he was confronted. But for some reason, Chai Rick Chow wouldn't believe him. He couldn't believe him for some reason, although the evidence will show that he took nothing from that store. The evidence will show that after they chased him out of his chute, dropping phones around down Springtree Road, after he tripped over a curb, fell, dropped his backpack, we believe that gun spilled out of that pocket. And within moments after that gun spilled out of that pocket, that man shot Cyrus Carmack-Belton in the back with a .45 caliber pistol. Now, we believe evidence will show that soon after EMS and others came on the scene, Chai Rick Chow tried to say, hey, I was defending my son. But the interesting thing about this process is that you're going to have an opportunity at the end of this case, that you've heard all of the evidence from this witness chair, to assess what you've learned and what you've heard. You get a chance to assess that. And I'll ask as you start asking those questions that bounce around in your head, in what world do you get to falsely accuse a 14-year-old of stealing, chase a 14-year-old 130 plus yards down a road while you're armed with a pistol, shoot that person in the back, then claim you're defending your son? Folks, it's for that senseless act, for that ridiculous act, for that heinous act, that Chai Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, has been charged and indicted with the crime of murder. And it's for that crime that we, the prosecution, Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, will be asking that you return a verdict of guilty at the appropriate time. Now, as prosecutors, we have something that's called the burden of proof. And what that means is we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chai Rick Chow murdered Cyrus Carmack-Belton. Now, reasonable doubt in South Carolina, our courts have defined it a couple ways, and I'll explain those to you. Reasonable doubt is the amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. There's an alternative definition that says that if you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then at that point they are guilty of a crime. But that's for you all as the jurors to decide. Now, as was mentioned a few moments ago, Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, and you've got to take the law as he gives it to you. So at the appropriate time, he'll advise you of the definition of reasonable doubt and every other legal standard and every other thing about the law that you're going to need to know. He'll advise you of those things at the end of the case at the appropriate time. But the cool thing about this process, just as he said, is that as Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, you guys are the judges of the facts. And you get to determine based on what you hear from this witness chair and the evidence that you observe, you get to determine what actually happened in this case. So you're probably asking, all right, well, how am I supposed to do something like that? How am I judging people about, as a witness? I suggest to you that just as you are judging my credibility and believability right now, that's a skill that you've developed over all these years that you've been walking this earth. I suggest to you that when you parked your cars this morning, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot. That's what you're using to assess credibility and believability. And that's what you'll be doing with each of the witnesses that comes up here. You'll judge that. You'll talk. You'll have an opportunity to determine if they had motive to say what they say, if they could observe the actual things that they're saying they observed. If they have some reason to change or to try to tell a story in a way that's going to help them. You'll get a chance to make those determinations at the appropriate time. And we'll ask that you do that. A couple moments ago, each of you guys took an oath to well and truly try the facts of this case. And what that essentially means is that you got to try the facts of this case, not some stuff that you may have heard out there, not some preconceived notions, not some ideas that you may have, but from the evidence that you hear in this jury room this week in this case. That's what you got to do. Folks, I ask that you resist the urge to turn this trial into some type of commentary about youth and guns, because it's not about that. It's about a grown man who falsely accused a 14-year-old of stealing, chased him down the road while armed with a pistol, shot him in the back, and then claimed he's defending his son. That's what this case is about. And ultimately, those are the decisions that you'll have to make at the end of this case. Now, I expect that you're going to hear from several different types of witnesses this week. Some are going to be what we call lay witnesses, just people who just happened to be driving up and down Springtree Road that day. Folks who saw what happened, folks who watched the Chows chase Cyrus across the street and shoot and kill him. We expect they'll have different vantage points, seeing things in different ways, but you'll have an opportunity to listen to them and assess what they saw. You'll hear from law enforcement, first responders, people who saw what happened and talk to witnesses out there on the street immediately after it happened. Some body cam, meaning the body cameras that they're wearing when they're talking. You'll see some of those things. Take that information. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from a few experts. And Judge will explain to you what experts are and what expert testimony is and how you weigh expert testimony. Again, take the law as he gives it to you. And take the law from experts and determine if they have the ability to testify about the things that they say that they know, how they came upon this information, and if this information was paid for. Ask yourselves those questions at the appropriate time. Now, folks, you're going to hear about 3 types of evidence. So I'm wrapping this thing up. I want y'all to get sick of me this early in the week. There are going to be 3 types of evidence you're going to hear about. One is direct evidence. Second is circumstantial. Third is stipulations. Direct evidence is evidence that you can see, that you can touch, that you can feel, and sometimes even smell. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. All right? Evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. So example, we're sitting in here, South Carolina, it's probably going to be 80, 90 degrees with 100% humidity. If you walk out here at lunchtime and you see snow outside, it's 12 degrees outside. You see icicles hanging off of the different the posts and all that kind of stuff. You see a snowplow going through here. You see penguin tracks and maybe a polar bear walk by. You are in this room with no windows all day, but you can infer that it snowed because you see all of the evidence of snow. That's circumstantial evidence. It's just as good as direct evidence if you, the jury, determine that you believe that that's what took place. So direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and last we're talking about stipulations. Stipulations are agreements between our table of the state and that table of the defense team. They're stipulations, that means we have an agreement that a particular fact exists. And if we have that agreement and we alert Judge that that agreement exists, then Judge will have the opportunity to explain to you that that's not a fact that you guys have to haggle about or even argue about, because we agree that it's the truth. So direct, circumstantial, stipulations. Those are the 3 types of evidence we'll be talking about. And at the appropriate time, you'll have a chance to look at the facts of the case, and with the evidence, you compare that to the evidence and return a verdict that speaks the truth in this case. Now, my final ask of you is this. There's an 11th century philosopher named Omar Khayyam. And one thing that he wrote back then was, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Now, I know y'all are looking at me kind of like, what is this dude quoting some 11th century philosophy for? I'll tell you that at the end of this case, I will explain to you why something written back in the 11 and 1200s rings so true today in this courtroom in 2026 about a case That man murdered a 14-year-old in 2023. So folks, remember what we've talked about and ask yourselves one last question. What is the value of a human life? Thank you.
I did like the opening. I did like his opening. All right, let's listen to the defense.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Jack Swirling. We met briefly yesterday when we were doing the jury selection. And it's my position at this point to go ahead and give you a defense opening statement. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. And I hope that you find this experience on your part to be an interesting experience about looking into your judicial system. We spent, let me just back up a minute. My good friend, the solicitor, just gave an outstanding opening statement himself. But the one thing that I did not hear, and the one thing that I do not believe you will hear during the course of this trial, is why a 14-year-old would be illegally possessing a semi-automatic pistol, wandering the streets with that pistol, with a laser attached to that pistol. A laser to go ahead and ensure better accuracy when you fire the weapon. A semi-automatic pistol that was loaded, the magazine was loaded, and there was a bullet in the chamber. It was illegally possessed by this young man. He illegally entered the store because there was a sign posted, it's illegal to go ahead and enter the store with a weapon. Versus what Mr. Chow did. Mr. Chow had a concealed weapons permit. He never drew his weapon. He was authorized to have a weapon, but he didn't draw that weapon until his son was in danger of being shot. The solicitors, in this case, want to frame this case as all about a bottle of water. It was all about someone wrongly accused of shoplifting in the store. But nothing else matters to the state in this situation as to why this young man had that weapon, why he carried that weapon. Because if he didn't have that weapon, he never would have had a weapon to draw on Andy Chow. He never would have had a weapon to put Andy Chow in danger. And he never would have had a weapon that would cause Mr. Chow to believe his son was going to be shot and have to make a split-second decision as to whether or not to go ahead and fire that gun and protect his son. There's going to be a lot of questions in this case, a lot of things that you're going to have to resolve. But I wanted to go ahead and tell you why this case is framed the way the state is doing it, because they don't want to explain why that young man had a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, bullet in the chamber with a laser, entering the store, wandering the streets. They don't want to explain it because you know what? They cannot. We went through a jury selection process yesterday that's carefully designed to go ahead and make sure that 12 people who will eventually decide this case, 12 people from Richland County, who are fair and impartial, who do not have any preconceived opinions, who've come in here under oath and said, I may have heard about the case, but I have not formed an opinion about it. I'm willing to listen to the evidence and the law that the judge gives me and decide this case fairly and truly and honestly. We went through a jury selection process where, as you recall, the judge excused a number of witnesses for one reason or another to make sure we had a fair and impartial jury. The state excused witnesses because the lawyers, both sides, are entitled to go ahead and make challenges to witnesses or peremptory challenges. We have challenges that we can exercise because any reason whatsoever. However, what it comes down to is that both the judge, the state, and the defense believe that we have the 12, 13, 14, 15 jurors now who are the most fair and impartial jurors who can sit in judgment on this case and decide whether or not Rick Chow is guilty of murder, whether or not he intended to kill this young man and he did it with malice, an evil heart, a wicked mind. That's what malice, judge will describe to you what malice means. And you will have to decide whether or not the state has proven that case beyond a reasonable doubt. So we are satisfied, we are content that we have the best jurors that could come out of Richland County to decide this case, and we have faith in you. Rick Chow has pled not guilty to this offense, and that places on the state the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I just want to cover a couple of legal issues, legal principles with you. One is, as he sits over there right now, and throughout the course of this trial, all the way through, he is presumed to be innocent. That's not just a legal fiction. That's not just something you hear on TV and Law and Order or some other one of the great police shows or law enforcement shows on TV. The presumption of innocence is the bedrock of our judicial system. Everybody accused of a crime is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence is so strong on our law that you are to consider and presume Mr. Chow innocent unless and until, at the end of the case, after you've heard all the evidence, after you've heard the judge's instructions on the law, you go in the jury room and 12 of you agree, 12 unanimously agree that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence does not disappear during the course of this trial. Now you may say, well, that's kind of difficult. It is our law. It is what makes us different than everybody else on the face of the earth. The state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and until you go in the jury room and decide that the state has met its burden of proof, he's presumed to be innocent. Now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't just mean any doubt, but you have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, I believe, or I think, maybe, any one of these words, that is not enough to go ahead and convict someone. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not enough to say, you know, I think the state met its burden of proof. I think the state proved guilt. I mean, that's not enough. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reasonable doubt can come from the evidence or the lack of evidence. Either way, you are the ones who determine whether or not the state has met its burden of proof, proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're the ones that apply the presumption of innocence, not the judge, not the lawyers, not the parties, but you. The state also has a burden of disproving self-defense. And this is a case of, it's a side or it's a collateral issue to self-defense, whether or not someone has a right to exercise self-defense and take another human life. Self-defense is probably the oldest principle we have as man. All the way back. You have a right to defend yourself. You do not have to wait and someone goes ahead and shoots you, kills you, or stabs you, or no matter what it may be. It is elementary, it's fundamental that a person has a right to exercise self-defense, the law of self-defense, to defend himself or herself. And it also applies to defense of others. Same principles. You are entitled to go ahead and defend other people in a similar situation. For example, your son, which is exactly what we have here. Because if the state doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow did not act in self-defense or defense of others, then they fail. They have failed to prove the case. There's no burden on any defendant to prove anything in the case. So the state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to disprove self-defense or defense of others beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that you're going to hold them to that burden of proof and keep our system the way it was designed to be. That a jury sits between the state or the federal government and the citizens in a county or in the area and decides cases fairly and impartially, and that no person is ever held to answer for a crime where the state has not met its burden of proof. The judge will describe to you what the definition of murder is. I told you it's malice of forethought. That's what South Carolina standard is. Murder is with malice of forethought. You kill somebody with malice of forethought, that evil heart, the wicked mind. The offense of murder also requires, as the judge will tell you, a criminal intent. You have to have a criminal intent to go ahead and be guilty of a crime. You have to intend the crime. And the judge will explain that to you at the end of the case as well. And I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I just want to turn these principles over to you so you know what we're talking about. Self-defense, defense of others. Was there a reasonable belief or an imminent danger? Or was the imminent danger, and you believed it was reasonable, and it was reasonable, that someone's life was in danger, your own life or the life of a loved one, like Andy Chow? Under those circumstances, you are entitled to go ahead and exercise that self-defense or defense of others. And the judge will explain to you, as I just said, that it is up to the state to disprove that. You will hear evidence of that. You will hear in detail exactly what happened out there on that street and what happened when Rick Chow went ahead and fired the shot. The young man was pointing a gun at his son. Defense of others. Is that an immediate threat, an imminent threat? Is it a reasonable belief that your son is in danger of serious bodily harm or death? I submit to you there's not going to be any question about whether or not it was reasonable or whether it was imminent, or it was reasonable to believe it was imminent. And you are, under the law, since the beginning of time, allowed to go ahead and take, unfortunately, nobody's saying this is, everybody's happy about this, but unfortunately, there are occasions in human life when someone has to exercise that right of self-defense or defense of others, and another life is taken. It's sad, it's tragic, there's no question about that. My heart goes out to the family. They've suffered a tremendous loss. And I don't want you to think for 1 minute that we're making that light about that. This was a terrible situation that happened, and that young man is no longer with us. But there are legal issues that you must decide prior to making any determination about guilt. And I submit to you right now, that the state will not and cannot meet its burden of proof, proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, proving murder, malice aforethought beyond a reasonable doubt, criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or disprove defense of others, as the judge will explain it to you. Now, how do you decide that? Well, you're going to listen to the evidence. You're going to hear the law by the judge, and you're going to make your decision based upon that evidence that you hear and the law that the judge gives you at the end of the case. There's no schooling. We don't have any class as to how to go ahead and determine that. But I will tell you this. Reasonable doubt is something you use and exercise every single day when you make the important decisions in your life. Should I go to that school? Should I buy that car? Should I buy that house? Do I need this? Do I need that? You weigh the factors, both the pros and the cons. And no matter what the pros and cons are, you're still entitled to go ahead and make that purchase or go to that school or go on that trip, even if it all adds up to being not the right thing to do. But when you come into a courtroom, it's completely different. Because if you have a reasonable doubt, if things just don't make sense, if it doesn't add up, one thing after another make sense, and come to a conclusive decision that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you can't disregard that. The oath that you just took requires you to find someone not guilty or not proven, is another way to look at it, not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Submit to you at the end of this case, again, hearing the law and the evidence or the lack of evidence, you will come to that decision that the state has not met its burden of proof as to proving case or disproving self-defense or defense of others. You look at the evidence, you listen to the witnesses. Are they consistent? Have they told the same story, everything that they've seen, everything that he did? Is it consistent all the way through? Not only is it consistent between what they said, but consistent with what other people said. And not only consistent with what other people said, but is it consistent with the physical evidence that you know and that you see and is presented to you in the court? You look at motive and interest and bias and prejudice to decide whether or not to believe a witness or the credibility of witnesses. You are the folks that decide the credibility of witnesses. I want to go ahead and, as I've said, it's a tragic situation. My heart goes out to the family that they've lost a terrible loss. Nobody can understand that. Nobody can in any way comprehend what it would be like to go ahead, and I feel sorry for these folks. And I feel sorry for the young man who lost his life. But it's also about the Chow family. Rick Chow and his wife, Alice Chow. Rick was born in Hong Kong. Alice was born in Malaysia. They came here early on in life as students. They went to Louisiana, University of Louisiana. Rick Chow and Alice Chow became citizens of the United States, as proud American citizens as anybody could possibly be. They married. They had 2 children, Andy and Kenny, who've both gone to the University of South Carolina. Alice was a CPA, earned her CPA degree and a license. Rick Chow was a professor at Upper State Carolina for a number of years in computer science. These are motivated, energetic people who wanted to pursue the American dream, and they did. At some point, they wanted to go ahead and own a business, and that's how they came to buy the store that's in question today. They had that for about 10 or 12 years. They bought it. It's a Shell gas station. They bought the store and they operated it. Rick Chow really wanted to go ahead and form a business. So for 10, 12 years, they've operated that business. In May, as the solicitor has told you, the situation that's before you today, young man, Carmack-Belton, entered their store. Now, when he entered the store, he had a backpack. Backpacks have to be put on the water cooler. It applies to everybody. They don't want anybody walking around in the store with a backpack. So everybody puts it on the water. Mr. Belton, Carmack did. Put it up. You will find out, we'll talk about what's in that book bag later on, but the young man entered the store, walked around, all around the store, not buying anything, looking at different merchandise, not buying anything, going to the water cooler, strangely removing 4 bottles one at a time, then strangely putting them back one at a time, looking nervous, hands in his pockets, looking back at Andy Chow, looking back at Alice Chow, who was on the floor at that time. They were both in the store in a nervous way. And they had a suspicion that he possibly had shoplifted something. Now, this is a store with thousands of small dollar items. A water bottle or any other item in the store, probably very little profit in it. So it's not about whether or not one item was ever taken. It's the cumulative effect and the losses that a store owner can feel from that. So they have a right to go ahead and look and see if anybody's taking anything. When Mr. Belton was leaving the store, he was asked, "Did you take anything?" And he basically had his hands in his pockets and he turned it up, the pockets. "No. Do I look like I have anything?" He was asked again, and at that point, he went to the water cooler, picked up the book bag, and at that point exited the store. There was no physical confrontation. There was no yelling at him, but there was a request. There was a question that he answered, but Andy Chow still felt that there was something about the way he was acting in the store, and he wanted to follow at least to see where he was going so they could report that to the police. He could report it to the police. But at that point, when they exited the store, Mr. Belton, Carmack-Belton, started running. Now, he saw something that he thought, Andy Chow saw something and he thought looked heavy in his hoodie, in the pockets of his hoodie. And that could have been something that he took, like the water. Well, we now know that it wasn't the water, but it was a semi-automatic loaded pistol with a laser on it in those pockets. So he was telling the truth that he saw something heavy in the pocket. The suspicion increased when the young man took off running. Why was he running? Why did he run? He did increase the suspicion at that point by running. And he really ran fast because he ran out of one of his shoes. He threw the phones down before he exited the parking lot. And he just took off as fast as he could. Now, reasonable to believe that he may have taken something? Absolutely. Reasonable to go ahead and follow him to see where he was going in what direction so he could tell the police? Absolutely. And he wasn't going to tackle him. He wasn't going to hold him. He wanted to see where he was going. Rick Chow had come out of the office, and he saw his son outside, and the young man outside as well, and he saw him take, both of them take off running. Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, ran following his son and Mr. Carmack-Belton because he was trying to see what was going on with his son, protect his son, make sure his son was okay. He did not know what was going on. He had nothing to do with the determination in the store, but he was going out there to protect his son, to make sure his son was okay. It's his son. The young man hauled down the street, crossed over the street, ran down on the left side of the street toward the apartment complex. And at some point, he tripped, fell. Mr. Chow was behind him. Andy was somewhere, and you'll hear the testimony about it, somewhere in that area on the street. And actually, the young man hurt his leg, cut his leg. But when he got up, and by the way, he also threw his book bag into a ravine down there. Why? What, do these things increase suspicion? Absolutely. It would increase anybody's suspicion. But when he came up, and Andy Chow saw that he had a pistol in his hand. It turned out to be the 9mm pistol. That one in the chamber was loaded and had a laser that had been attached to it, but the laser was found in the road, right near the road where the shell casing that was fired out of Mr. Chow's weapon landed. Now, Mr. Chow never pulled out that weapon. The state wants to talk about, well, you know, he ran from somebody who had a .45 automatic, semi-automatic. How would the young man know that? He didn't even see Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow had it in a holster the whole time. He did not pull out his weapon from the holster until
overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Work.
he didn't pull out his weapon until he was told by his son that the young man had a gun. The young man, Andy being a young man as well, when he saw the gun, started backing up like this, had his hands up, backing up into the street. Mr. Belton pointed the gun at Andy Chow. Mr. Chow told him, drop it. He didn't drop it. Andy yelled out, he's got a gun. He's standing in the road. Mr. Chow is coming up, pulls his gun now. At that moment, at that split second, that frozen moment in time, Rick Chow sees a young man pointing a semi-automatic pistol at his son, who's backing up with his hands up, and Rick Chow fires his gun to protect his son. We submit to you that that was reasonable. It was a reasonable impression that his son was possibly going to get seriously injured or die at the hands of somebody who had a gun pointed at him, that that was a reasonable belief. And he fired his weapon under the law in defense of his son. As I submit to you, anybody in this court, now you will hear a testimony that's consistent with that. I'm telling you right now, it's consistent with what has been said in this case by the witnesses. And you will hear testimony from various people that you will find is consistent with that, that version of what I just told you is consistent. There's no question that that gun belonged to this young man. There's no question that that young man had that laser on that gun. As a matter of fact, you will see evidence. We submit that we'd be able to lay a foundation in our defense that he was on social media the night before, wearing the same clothes, holding the same gun with a laser. There's no question about it. You'll be satisfied at the end of this case as about the direction everybody was, where everybody was placed, in direction where Mr. Chow was when he fired the weapon, where his son was, and where Mr. Carmack-Belton was. All of that, I submit to you, will be consistent. Mr. Chow did not take any joy in what happened. It was chaos. Adrenaline's pumping. Can you imagine what you're thinking about when you had to go ahead and take that action to go ahead and, first of all, see your son with a gun being pointed at him by a 14-year-old, and then having to fire the weapon to protect your son? What was going through his mind, what was going through his heart, what was going through his head, wasn't something he did because he wanted to. He did it because he was trying to protect his son. But the state doesn't talk about the gun. The state doesn't offer any explanation or rationalization as to why that young man pulled that gun and was walking around with that gun in the streets of Columbia, South Carolina. Mr. Chow didn't just run away at that point. He rendered aid. He stayed right there at the scene. He started doing chest compressions. You'll hear that. The young man was regurgitating. Terrible things, terrible scene. Mr. Chow was bending down, cleaning his mouth out and giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. You'll hear that. This is a man who acted with malice. This is a man who acted with criminal intent. I submit to you not. This is a man who was deeply upset about what happened, to the point that he was doing some things that I wonder how many people would have been doing exactly what he's doing to try and save this young man. And then other people came over. But Rick Chow stayed there, did chest compressions, took vomit out of his mouth with his own mouth so the young man could keep breathing. And then other people, more qualified people, were able to go ahead and try and help the young man. Unfortunately, he died. Unfortunately. Mr. Chow stayed around, stayed at the scene. He was there when the police came, told the police what happened, gave a brief description. It was not an interrogation, it was not an interview, it was not a complete, what I would call an interview by law enforcement, but there were snapshots taken of different people, Andy Chow, Rick Chow, some of the people who were at or around the area there. He stayed there that entire time, went back up to the store, and when the police came up to the store, he showed the police the videos that they had. He was cooperating 100%, doing everything he could to not only save the young man's life, but also to cooperate with the police. Everything he could. His wife was doing the same thing. His son was doing the same thing. These were not people who had any kind of joy in what had happened. They were upset. It's terrible. Not as bad as, obviously, the parents of this young man. Not nearly to that level. But having shot somebody and having someone die, it's got to be something that's just so difficult to go through. When he agreed, they gave over all the videotapes to the law enforcement as well that were in the store. They all agreed to go down for further interviews at the sheriff's department over the course of the next few days to give a real interview as to what happened bit by bit. But within 15 hours, before any of the investigation really had focused with detailed interviews, with forensics things from the labs as to whatever ballistics, DNA, whatever the issues were, within 15 hours, when Mr. Chow was called down, he was told to report to the sheriff's department and be placed under arrest for murder. That's how long it took, 15 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I again say this to you. The state wants to frame this as a situation where a young man may have taken some small item from a convenience store, wrongly accused, chased, and he wasn't chased, he was followed, chased and shot down because he had taken something from that convenience store. I submit to you, it's not that simple. You can't frame it like the state wants to frame it. Andy Chow had a reasonable belief that something took place in the store. He followed the young man out. Rick Chow had a reasonable reason to go ahead and follow his son to see what was going on to protect his son. Andy, when he saw the pistol being pulled, as the solicitor pointed out, 130 yards down the road, he started backing off with his hands up, and his father saw that pistol being pointed at his son with and by a 14-year-old young man. He had to make a split-second decision to go ahead and defend or not defend, fire or not fire, to protect his son, his pistol. What should he have done? Because that's what the state is trying to get doing Monday morning quarterbacking. That's what it's all about now. I think I submit to you, and I'm going to sit down in a moment, and I appreciate you listening. There are three questions in this case. One of them is no particular order. But what was the 14-year-old doing walking around Columbia with a semi-automatic 9mm weapon in his book bag? In his hoodie, with a bullet in the chamber, illegally possessing that weapon, illegally walking into a store that barred people coming in with weapons? Another question is, would any reasonable person believe that their son was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm such that they had to exercise the right of self-defense?
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
He's just gone on too long now. Come on, wrap it up. He should have been done like 10, 15 minutes ago. It's just boring now. Come on, dude. You're boring the jury. I thought he did fine up until 15 minutes ago. Now I just think he's boring everyone.
And what would any reasonable person, the third question, what would any reasonable person do under the same circumstances? Fire or not fire? That's something that everybody's going to have to think about. Mr. Chow told him to drop the gun. He didn't. Mr. Chow had the gun in his holster. He didn't pull it out until he saw it, or his son said he's got a weapon. Again, he made that split-second decision. There was no malice. Doesn't even fit the definition of what murder is in South Carolina. With malice, protecting your son. No criminal intent. Fired one shot, stayed there, tried to render aid, life-saving aid, and cooperated with law enforcement. Stayed on the scene. Agreed to further interviews. Then was arrested within 15 hours. Quick decision. I'm going to sit down now, and I do appreciate you listening to me. I submit to you there's one scenario more frightening than a man walking around the streets of Columbia with a pistol, semi-automatic pistol, one in the chamber, just walking around town with a laser on his gun. There's one scenario, more dangerous than that, more frightening than that. Is a 14-year-old walking around town with a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, chambered, with a laser on his gun. How frightening is that? A 14-year-old does not have the education, the training, the experience of making good decisions, sound judgment decisions. That is more frightening than anybody in that same situation. And that's what Rick Chow and Andy Chow were faced with that day. I challenge the state at this time to offer some justification or rationalization as to why this young man illegally possessed a semi-automatic pistol with a laser and entered a store with that. Whether the merchants knew it or not, that is not the issue at this point. But why? You're entitled to know why. At the end of the case, we hope that you will find that they have not met their burden of proof in proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for the evidence or the lack of evidence, and that they have not disproved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow acted to defend his son's life. And it was reasonable because it was an imminent danger to his son of death or serious bodily harm, or he reasonably believed that. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we've been going just over an hour, and we told the first witness may be rather lengthy, so I'm going to take our morning break right now. Give everybody about 15 minutes to rest themselves, rest their legs, and also have to begin the process of sequestering the witnesses. I don't want you to infer anything from the fact that certain folks aren't in the courtroom, much like the selection process where I segregated you from one another to make sure your opinions didn't influence your neighbors. Do that with the witnesses. I don't infer anything that don't care about the case, if done anything wrong, or anything of that nature. They're just excused from the courtroom until after they testify. So if it is, we'll be in recess, let's say 11:20, and we'll be right back with you. Same as I told you yesterday.
None on behalf of Mr. Chow, Your Honor, pursuant to the court's ruling, we will have everyone who was on our witness list that we gave to the state, experts included, will be out of the courtroom until they're on the list.
And under the witness.
Very good. We'll be at ease till 11:20.
Thank you.
So my biggest problem was I thought the prosecution got it perfect. I thought they were very good, great opening, straight to the point. I thought he was going to go on too long, but I think he ended it just in time. Obviously, the defense did completely opposite because the state was saying he did not point, the victim did not point the gun, and it came out of his pocket. So, you know, he was not a threat, allegedly. The state said they had cameras, so allegedly we get to see all this. The state say that he did point the gun. So it's a bit of he said, she said. Let's see what the evidence shows us. I do think that the defense went on way too long. Way too long. To the extent I think that everyone switched off. Do you know what I mean? And I switched off. I think the jury would have switched off. I wish sometimes there'd be more training for attorneys where you could just tell them to shut the fuck up. You made your point. And that's where I think the state did a really good opening compared to the defense. So I would say it's 1-0 to the state there. So well done them. And I don't say that very often whatsoever. But the defense was just way too long. Now, does that change anything? We've not seen any ounce of evidence yet. So for me, the defendant, it now starts. The defendant is innocent unless proven guilty. Now we see. But that's why it's important to listen to both, because they both contradict themselves. Both sides are contradicting themselves. So that's why you just got to look at the evidence. So here we go. Bad guys have thrown theories already. Love it. Right, here we go, everyone. The court is muted. Hopefully they unmute themselves. We're about 25 minutes behind. And as I know, you ladies love it from behind, so that's what we'll stick with. Hopefully that we get rid of a chunk of the lunch break. I hope this is not like a one of those courts that takes 90 minutes for lunch breaks and stuff. I hope not. I'm trying to keep it for the lunch break purposes, so I can just zoom past the lunch break then. That's the plan. Fuck, I've got to zoom a little bit because they're just taking forever. Morning, Bo. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Bowl of Sketty. Yeah, I've not seen Katie today. She's probably doing a manicure and all that. You know what Katie's like. For fuck's sakes. We're going to lose all this because... Oh, that's unusual. Oh, what the fuck? What is that courtroom? Oh, so this must be... Whoa, this is weird. So this must be unauthorized seating. So this must be the defendant side. And this must be the victim side, state side. That's just weird. That's just weird. There's a barrier there and that like that. Very weird. I've never seen a layout like that before. That is, wow, I've never seen that before. It's like they're up above and overseeing everybody. Do you know what I mean? And there's a barrier between them. I don't know what I think about that. On one hand, do you know what I mean? But then you got that in the middle. I don't know. Imagine if that cracked up there. That would not be nice. Stadium seating, yes. Right, let's get on with it.
Do we need 15 suggestions, objections? No, sir. I just based upon that for scheduling purposes for this witness. I think they would appreciate if we knew how long we're going to go before we vote. I think it's going to be a substantial witness. Okay. It's going to be lengthy. No,
can have like a window when you would be breaking. Your Honor, it seems like you normally take a 1 o'clock lunch.
I tried to take it around 12:30. I was sort of anticipating if you say this is lengthy, break after is direct and cross after.
But if I had to, don't hold me to it. 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
We had no problem after we're done with this direct and breaking and then cross after lunch.
Yeah, we'll just see where we are.
Can we pause real quick?
Yes, sir.
So the judge did say, he likes to break around 12:30 for lunch. They believe that the first witness will be on direct for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then not sure how long the defense has got. We were like a good chunk behind. Now we're only like 28 minutes behind. We were like 45 minutes behind. So I get confused. So he seems like the lead attorney. He seems like the attorney as well. And you've got this guy that's an attorney as well. So have they got 3 attorneys? And is this guy, is he one of those he's from Court TV as well? I don't know. And I presume that the backbenchers are like the paralegals and stuff like that. I don't believe it's a death penalty. No, I don't believe so. No. Mexi said I look like, was Mexi here? I've not seen Mexi. Oh, you mean another time. Mexi said I look like Jeffrey Dahmer with my new glasses. Love my ass off. I just remembered she said that shit too.
Ladies and gentlemen, I received, we also have some snacks too that they can eat. As far as lunch, I'm not going to starve anybody yesterday. We typically try to take a break for lunch, excuse me, depending on witness schedules, around 12:30 to 1. We'll take about an hour, 15 an hour, 30 minutes, because I know you all have the process of getting parked and getting in through the.
He just said an hour 50. Normally take a lunch break for an hour 15, an hour and a half. That has pissed me off. Why so long? That means I'll be doing 2 streams a day. I ain't staying on here through lunch for an hour and a half. Fuck that. I love some of you, but there's no way I can do that. I need to get stuff done on my own. I just can't. Just get the food in. Yes, I agree with Lady Di. 45 max. Get them food in, or tell them bring some food in. Or here's an option. There's going to be sandwiches, pizzas, burgers, whatever. We'll pay for them. You have to order it in the morning. They'll be here for 12:30. End of. Done. So they can eat. They can go and have a piss. They can do whatever. There's snacks in there, coffees for them, teas in there for them. Drinks, water, sodas. Why do you send them out for an hour and a half? I do appreciate the court staff need time as well. I appreciate that. But they don't need more than an hour. I mean, the court staff should have an hour. Do you know what I mean? And if they said, jury, you're going to get 45 minutes, to eat and, get yourself in order. That's fine. But no, not South Carolina. I will not quit my pitching. I will not. Fuck you. I'm not. Oi, you. Dumpster.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
See? Two could play that game. 1.5 hours is absurd. It is way too long. And she doesn't normally say that, but that's way too long.
Metal detectors and all that good stuff. But we're looking to try to break today for lunch around 12:30 or 1, so sometime that day. So no, I'm not gonna make it work for lunch like this. All right, solicitor ready?
We are. Take calls Derek English.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Take the consent seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Okay, Mr. English, where are you employed right now?
Great Falls Police Department.
Okay. Chester County?
It is Chester County, yes, sir.
Back in 2023, where were you employed?
Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what were you, the deputy, road deputy back then?
I was on patrol, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the night of May or the late afternoon of May 28, 2023?
I do. I was working on shift that night.
Okay. What were you up to around 8 o'clock?
We were dealing with a few individuals who broke into an apartment off of Ranch Road, and then I was dispatched to 7441 Parkland Road.
Okay, so you're dealing with, what'd you say, a break-in of some sort on one part of town, and then you said you're dispatched to 7441 Parkland.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that in reference to?
The Parkland call?
Yes, sir.
In reference to a shooting hit, so someone got shot.
Okay, what is that 7441 Parkland Road?
That is the Shell gas station.
Okay, is that Richland County?
It is, sir.
Okay, is that where you initially responded?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, sort of generally, to orient the jury. That location, that Shell gas station, 7441 Park Lane, it sort of sits at the corner of two roads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we obviously Park Lane Road.
Yes, sir.
And then what is the road that cuts up beside it?
The secondary road is Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. And Spring Tree Drive, does that dead end at some point?
It does. It goes into an apartment complex called Willow Oak, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let me show you a number of pictures that sort of show that area. This is states 14 through 31. Tell me if you just generally kind of recognize what you are.
You want to look at all of them?
Just look through them and I'll ask you a question after you review them.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Those generally depict that area we were discussing, 7441 Parkland and then Spring Tree Drive right beside it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Spring Tree, you talked about it dead ending at some point. That means some parts of it. How would you describe Spring Tree Road?
It's a road that goes to a dead end. There's three apartment complexes. 220, 250, and then 100 Willow Oak Drive.
Okay, is it a hilly road? Is it a wide road? Is it a narrow road? Is it a flat road?
It's pretty flat.
Okay, is it a curvy road? Is it a straight road?
It's a straight road, like a straight shot.
Okay. And you said the call for service had you going to 7441 Park Lane Road, which is that Shell gas station. Were you directed elsewhere after you arrived on scene?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, stepped out my patrol vehicle, I was flagged down to go slightly further down towards 220 Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. So you go to the Shell gas station, and then later you're rerouted up farther up the road.
Yes, sir.
On Spring Tree. And then you went immediately to where you were directed to go.
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe once you got there?
I observed Burwell Mike, or a black guy, laying on the ground with a bystander doing chest compressions on the individual, and multiple witnesses just standing by.
Okay. Did you later learn who the black guy was who was on the ground?
Later. Yes, sir, I did.
At the time, did you understand him to be the victim of the shooting that you were responding to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said he was, medical aid was being rendered on him when you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so what did you undertake to do once you arrived on scene?
I just told the individual continue to do chest compressions due to EMS being like 10 seconds away.
Okay. Were you first responder?
I was first deputy on scene.
All right. It's not state, that's all for their identifier. It's going to be states 14 through 31 for admission and evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, I think it is state 14 through 31 without objection.
Okay. And permission to go ahead and start publishing. Yes, I just want to orient the jury. Do you mind just kind of explaining some of these things if I put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stephanie, can we have states 50? Okay, Deputy English, do you see states 15 there?
I do.
All right, if we're looking at states 15, we're looking at the right side of this photograph. What road is that we're looking at?
Like the one that goes up and down, correct? All right, that's going to be Park Lane.
All right, and that red roof structure is what?
That's going to be Shell gas station.
Okay, the road that cuts between from Park Lane and then goes to the left of the picture is what road?
Spring Tree Drive.
Okay, and that's what you were describing earlier.
Yes, sir.
And these are the apartments we see the roofs of. If we're looking at states 15 and we're looking from right to left, on the left side you see some swimming pools and whatnot. Those are the apartment complexes you're talking about.
Yes, sir. That'd be 220 Spring Tree, and then a little further down would be 250 Spring Tree.
Okay. And so your testimony is you arrive at 744 on Park Lane and you're directed farther down Spring Tree.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about this being Park Lane, that being the Shell gas station.
Yes, sir.
Where you arrive, and then you're directed down this way down Spring Tree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see generally where you found the victim of the gunshot wound in this picture?
Yes, sir. So if you look where the little wooded area is, so bring your little stick. Yeah, about right in that area right there.
Okay. And that's where you were talking about seeing, you call him the black guy. Do you know him now to be Cyrus Carmack-Belton?
I do.
Okay. And he was lying on the ground. You said people were rendering aid to him.
One bystander, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also see the defendant, Mr. Chow, at the scene at that time?
I did.
Did you understand who he was when you first arrived?
Not at all.
Okay. What were you doing? I mean, were you securing the scene? Were you collecting evidence? What exactly were you doing?
So one was trying to secure the scene. I was informed that there was a weapon on the ground, so I wanted to secure that in the back of my patrol vehicle while also setting up crime scene tape and let EMS do what EMS does.
Okay. When you left the 7441 Park Lane to go to where the victim was, did you walk up the street or did you drive your car up the street?
I drove my patrol vehicle.
Okay. How would you describe the distance between that shell station to where the victim was found on the ground?
I'll say about 130 yards.
Okay. I mean, would you describe that distance as being significant in any way, or why did you walk from the gas station up to the?
It seemed pretty far.
Thank you very much
Remember me showing you?
to Diane. I don't like to say thank you to her too often, but thank you very much to Lady Di, who just sent me 6 coffee. It says for the zone bill. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just literally got an email. It says your the zone bill's coming out, and it's like nearly $250. I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. That's an unexpected cost. So I do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you very, very much, Lady Di. I can update the banner now. I'll update the banner every coffee I get.
Some drone footage that sort of shows a video going from the gas station up the street to where the victim was.
Yes, sir, I do.
And did that fairly and accurately depict what you yourself witnessed whenever you drove from the gas station up to where Mr. Belton was found?
Yes, sir.
This is state's number 2. Do you recognize that in the drone video?
I do.
Now, the state does offer state's number 2 for admission. Objection? Come on, hang on.
Yeah, organic eggs are like £2. So, but yeah, 268 comes to.
All right, be admitted as state's exhibit 2.
Okay. And permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
All right, before you start, Stephanie, all right, what are we looking at right here? Just, and I hate to keep belaboring the point, but I want to orient everyone with what we're looking at here. We're looking at this first shot, state's number 2. We're looking to the left. First of all, is that the shell station at 7441 Park Lane?
That is.
All right. Now, Deputy English, if we're looking back this way, that would be Park Lane, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this road right here, we see a couple of cars on the side. That would be Spring Tree.
That is correct.
And of course, Shell gas station sits on the corner, Park and Spring Tree, which you are testifying.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this as the front entrance to the gas station?
I do.
Okay. All right. Give me play. Okay. Press play.
Hello, Rhonda. I should be watching this shit. Marky, I see you. I love this. Hang on. Okay. That's good. That was good. That was good to see that. Do you know what I mean? That was good to see that. But I cut that short because this made me laugh. So I got to do this. That made me laugh. This one did. So hang on. Bear with me whilst I do this. So Diane Couch buys you 6 coffees for your own bill. Appreciate that. And then Mark Cunningham bought you 3 coffees and says, "It's Mark." Lol. Like, I think your first name gave you away, Marky. But thank you very much for the 3 coffees, Mark. I appreciate that very much so. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. That's 9 coffees. Happy days. We're nearly 20% the way there. Hang on, let me put this back on then.
The end on that video, is that essentially where you found Mr. Carmack-Belton?
That is.
May 28th, 2023?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, and that accurately depicts the pathway you would take to get there from the gas station?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about seeing Mr. Belton and aid was being rendered. Do you remember the fire department showing up?
I do. I remember EMS and fire department showing up.
Okay, you remember EMS showing up. Do you remember eventually Mr. Belton being taken away in the ambulance?
I did.
Okay. At this point, he's being taken care of. Does your focus shift to crime scene integrity?
It does.
So did you put out crime tape and whatnot?
I did. I put out crime scene tape.
And a crowd started to gather at that point, or were there people on scene other than Mr. Chow and Mr. Belton?
There was just bystanders, some who heard it, some who witnessed it.
Okay. And did you at some point try to speak with some of them?
I did.
Okay. At some point while you're out there, did you begin locating evidence?
I did.
Okay. You remember a backpack?
I do. A black backpack.
Okay. And where was that?
Like in you can't see it from the picture.
We'll go back to the number 2. Let me see if we can.
But it was located in a drainage ditch.
And I'm gonna get to it in a minute, but you're yeah, you see, all right, this is this is state's number 26 that's been admitted into evidence. Yeah, so you can see. 26. All right, do you recognize these 2 poles right here?
I do.
Okay, and do you recognize this stand of Bradford pick, these trees right here?
I do.
Okay, would you agree that where I'm pointing this pointer is essentially where Mr. Belton's found?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And the drainage that you're talking, or the drainage, I guess, how did you describe it?
I call it a drainage ditch.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about right here?
I am.
Say again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you say you found down that drainage ditch?
Black backpack.
Okay. And did you come to understand who that belonged to?
At the time, we didn't, but we later found out who it became.
Mr. Belton?
Yes, sir.
Or was associated with him somehow?
Yes, sir.
And you collected?
I did.
Okay. What else in this general area that we're looking at, state number 26, did you locate?
Shell casing.
Okay.
And then a tactical light.
Okay. Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
I was.
Okay. All right. You saw a tack light. What is that?
It's a attachment that you can put on a firearm.
Okay.
Like a pistol.
And it's something you would, manually put on a pistol?
That is correct.
Are these common or uncommon?
Pretty common for people who shoot, I guess, towards the nighttime.
Okay. And what do? They provide like a flashlight. Some have like a laser too to help with accuracy.
Yes, sir.
Help with vision. Do you own pistols with tack lights?
Me personally?
Yeah. Have you ever been issued one, or have you ever?
At the Sheriff's Department. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said they are not uncommon.
That's not uncommon.
All right. What else did you find? You got the backpack. You got a tack light, and the tack light was attached to a gun or not attached to a gun?
It wasn't attached to a gun.
Okay. And it was just lying somewhere in this vicinity here.
Yes, sir. It was located near the shell casing.
Okay.
Also located.
So you found a tack light and you found a shell casing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you mark those anyway?
I did.
You said, started to ask you at least, you had a body worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir.
And it was operational?
It was.
Okay. Let me show you states number 1 and see if you recognize this.
I do.
Okay. And does it, now with the exception of the court, the state and defense has muted portions of it.
Okay.
You watched that earlier today?
I did.
And aside from that, the agreement let everybody that portions would be muted. Does it fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes, sir.
May 28, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Now, the subject of yesterday's ruling is objection to states number 1. We've also been given states 32 through 43. No objection.
32 through 43.
Yes, Your Honor, 32 through 43, which are still from state 1. Can you have that up there?
There you go. What they're discussing now. Let's get into this. Thank you very much to Dumpster Juice. He bought 3 coffees, and she says, for your upcoming circumcision. Thank you very much, Dumpster Juice, you bitch. But yeah, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Dumpster Juice, as much as you take the piss out of Marky, if that's what it takes, I'll allow it. So thank you again to Diana, Marky Cunningham, Dumpster Juice. So, and that was a funny comment. Thank you. Right, let's get this back in. They just.
All right. United States, this time offer states number 1, permission to evidence, permission to publish.
Subject to yesterday's pre-trial motion and will be admitted as state 1 without objection.
Hey, where's he at? Hey, MS is right here. Okay, keep going. Keep looking right here. Okay. Still doing compressions. I'm not sure. Okay, yes, sir, I see that. Okay. Keep doing compressions on the MS is right there. Hey, y'all stand back. I'm gonna need your information since you were doing compressions. How long were you doing compressions for? 3 minutes? All right, cool.
Free to walk through. 59 is in the back of my trunk. You hear me? 59 is placed right here is in the back of my trunk. I'll go down there, Clark. I got it. You see it? I got it. You know what, Sean? What's your idea? Hey, sorry, I got a store clip right here. Come back to my vehicle. Come on. He's talking to me. He's not talking to you. He's at the back of my car. Stay right there. Okay? Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here.
I was just walking home, and then I seen them over here with them, and I was like, oh, it looks unresponsive, so I came up with like something. Okay. All right. Don't let me forget I have your ID. Yeah, I know. Hey, sir. Sit at the back of my car. Do not move. Thank you. Hey, Mel. Anyways, I need to drop you in the street this way. I'm trying to do this, but I need someone else right here. What's that?
So, yeah, that's where you were noticing the tack light right there, you're pointing to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then did you do anything to mark it at the time?
We did. I want to say like a card.
I'm not stopping again, but after that, is that about whenever you find the shell casing and you point it out and mark that as well?
Yes, sir.
Sir, stay right there. Stop moving. Just stay right there. Stay right there. You and Sarge, come on. Keep going. 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 Right there. And I promise you, okay, we're gonna get to you, okay? Thank you. Sir, I need your voice. Do not cross this tape. Do not cross this tape. Sir, don't pick up anything off the ground either. If you cross it or pick up anything off the ground, I'm charging you with obstruction. That should be good for now. Did you get my name on both things? Watch out for a shell casing. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I haven't ran him yet. I'll get him down for you. Run down. He went down there to do something and he came back. I didn't know he was a suspect. He's going there. We have a tack laser and we do the tack right here. And then we showcase him. It's like 45. It is weird because that's the one who did compressions. That's her who did that. Apparently this is getting their information. Did you ever get your information to the deputy? Your ID? Okay.
Thank you. It's just weird because the rounds that's in there doesn't match for 45 minutes. Look at it. It didn't have a 90. See? What was that, 40? That's what I got out of my I think that's just my technique. Yeah, okay, so I'm showing this. It's like 45. And then I don't think the back I has it at all. What's all wrong with the case? This can get to a court sales.
You want to see that? I can take a look at it. He shoplifted in my store. I said, I followed him up. I followed him. On the way down here, he's opening the truck. I think it's a train something. I think he probably did. And then right above, my son, so I got him with it. He's got a gun. So I told my reference, couldn't talk. He continued to work with the gun. And my son, he's not, I was behind them. They were talking about this. So I fired one shot. He was fired 45 shots. Okay. Yeah, I fired one shot. So that's true. It's my gun. It's not concealed. Okay. He's like, what did you fire a shot? He's my assault. I didn't say it initially. So when I called,
As far as you know, were you the first one to speak with Rick Chow as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Yes, sir.
I noticed there was some confusion. At first, whenever you find the gun, when you first arrive there, you seize that weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and then you find the casing, and there's some confusion because you say, you know, this gun. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You had not seized the gun off of Rick Chow at that point?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Let me show you states 32. Is this just kind of a screenshot from your, this has already been admitted evidence. Screenshot of your body camera?
Yes, sir. That's when I originally went on scene.
This is a screenshot right from your body cam that you've already introduced.
Yes, sir.
This right here, that's going to be the 9mm that you collected initially?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just want to give a great latitude and acknowledge that completely. I understand the state has a right to establish this, but the witness can come down and give him the stick, and he can not just, I'm concerned about relaxing into the, most of this is the foundation of us.
We're just trying to move it along. You already.
Yeah, I overruled the objection. I understand, the rules is left us out. Limited duty to develop justice testimony.
Okay. We watched the body cam earlier, right?
We did.
And we saw you collect everything. And let me just ask you, what is this black item here?
A firearms pistol.
Okay. When did we see that or did it go on your body cam?
When I first arrived on scene.
Okay, and what did you do with that black object?
Cleared it, rendered it safe.
Okay.
Placed it in the back of my trunk.
This is stakes number 11. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The firearm. That's in this picture right here.
Okay. Now the state offers stakes number 11 for this indictment.
States.
No objection on it, that's not a gun locker or anything like that, so it's submitted. Just for safety.
I would be admitted as states 11.
And if I may ask, who do I address with the defense for this witness? That?
Current.
What happened there? The state didn't seem too happy. Oh, they moved places.
All right, Scott, you ready? Yes, sir. Okay, we talked about the 9mm, and that was number 11. You took it back to the car and secured it.
Yes, sir.
Saw in the video a tack light. Okay, let me show you states number 6. Tell me if you recognize this. Yeah, just look at it and see if you recognize it.
This is what I found on the ground.
Okay. Stephanie, would you put up states 35? He has identified Belmont for states number 6 for this one. 6.
Objection. No. All right, then to state 6 without objection.
All right, in this picture, see those markers on the ground? This placard right here is there to mark what?
Evidence. It's a crime scene marker.
Okay.
Or evidence marker.
What specifically is
Oh, it's a tack light. I apologize. It's a tack light sitting on the ground.
Okay. The tack light we just introduced is states number 6.
Correct.
Okay, and let me have 37. Okay. Do you see, you talked a little bit earlier about a drainage ditch. Did you see the drainage ditch in states number 37?
I do. Bottom left-hand corner.
This little area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then AA, you just said it's a tack light?
Correct.
All right. Stephanie, let me have 38. All right, what is this? Do you see the tack light in this picture?
I do. This is before the markers were placed.
Okay. Well, in the body cam, it showed you throwing some pads and stuff down. What were you doing there?
So just due to me not having anything in physical possession, which is what on my notebook.
Who puts those placards down later?
The yellow ones?
Yeah.
Crime scene.
Okay. You recognize this item here in states number 38?
I do.
And what is it?
That's a tack light.
What is states number, let's see, go back, Stephanie, to 35. What is, in states 35, what is that placard AB? What is that marking?
The shell casing.
Okay. And do you remember on your body cam when you located it on that video?
I do.
Okay. Let me show you states number 7. Well, you might not be able to identify, but do you remember it being there?
I do. That's my notebook marker.
Okay, states number 7, I'm just gonna get you to identify. What does it look like?
It's labeled as 45 caliber FFC. I'm sorry, FCC, so fire casing, shell casing.
Does it list the marker?
It does. It says marker AB. Brown.
So, but you yourself didn't collect that casing, you just identified it and let crime scene pick it up later?
Correct.
Okay. Noticed on there, were you present whenever the firearm was finally located on Mr. Chow?
Once I walked up, yes,
Okay.
sir, and they were taking it off.
This is states number 10. Just look at it, see if you can recognize it.
I do.
You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. And what was that?
It says Glock 45 caliber on there. I think the model was a Glock 30.
Do you recognize it as the weapon that you yourself saw being seized from Mr. Chow that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after the scene was cleared, Mr. Belton was taken away. What did you do next?
Ran the firearms, created a crime scene log, and just waited by for a crime scene. Informed the desk sergeant of what happened for the incident.
Did you ever have a chance to go back to 7441 Park Lane?
Yes, sir. Myself, along with other investigators, walked over or drove over, one of the two, to look at the surveillance footage.
Okay. Did you go with Investigator Jordan?
I did.
All right. And was your body worn camera on at that time?
It was.
Okay. And was it recording?
It was.
Thank you, first of all.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Yeah. Oh. Let me show you stages 49 through 52, where we left off. And I know we're trying to get through a bunch of pictures, and I'm skipping around, but after you cleared the scene, we talked about the evidence of the scene, crime log and everything. Then you go back up to 7441 Park Lane.
Correct.
Body camera's still on.
Correct.
Did you go in the store?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to further talk with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was Alice Chow there?
She was.
Okay. Who else was there?
Indy Chow, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Were you or were you not able to go back and review video with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was that filmed on your body camera?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you with Investigator Ty Jordan?
I was.
Let me show you states 49 through 52. Tell me if you recognize those.
This is us looking at the security footage. This is multiple cameras on the screen. This one shows inside the store with Mr. Cyrus. This is a zoomed in shot of Mr. Cyrus at like a cooler, okay, I guess you can call it. And then the last photo is us talking with Mr. Chow and his son in front of the cash register.
Okay. All right, you're on the state law for states 49 through 52 for admission of evidence.
Yeah, there's a 52, just the original objection as to 52 from yesterday's pre-trial hearing. Other than that, no.
All right, they will be entered as, or admitted rather, as states 49 through 52, subject to objection yesterday.
Okay. Tell me about, was there anything, what was it? Was it a convenience store?
It was.
Was there anything noteworthy or anything that you noticed when you go in the store?
So as soon as you walk in the store, besides the normal gas station stuff, once you walk up to the counter where the cashier is, I mean, they have like different things up there. Lottery tickets, at the top top, there's like the wall of shame. And it's pretty big. There's multiple people that's been in there prior.
Okay. Let me show you States 52. We already seen it, but let me publish it. All right, first of all, who is this individual in States 52?
That's Investigator Jordan.
Okay. Is he here in the courtroom?
He is.
Raise your hand, please. Okay. And this is who?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Do you see Rick Chow here today?
I do.
Okay, where is he?
Sitting at the table over there.
And this is who?
Mr. Andy Chow, his son.
All right. And this, what is this? Is this what you were just describing as the wall of shame?
Yes, sir.
So you're there and you clearly, this is your body cam?
Yes, sir.
At some point while your body cam's running, you go back, you said to the, where is the surveillance room? I guess with the cameras and all that.
Like behind the counter is like a little office space back over there.
Okay. Let me show you states number 49. All right, where are we looking in states 49?
We're inside that office space, looking at the surveillance footage.
All right, and whose head is that we see?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Okay. Do you know, all right, what are we looking at on his laptop directly in front of him?
Multiple cameras, surveillance footages.
Okay. And there were a number of different camera angles, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what y'all are reviewing here?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you states 50. All right, what are we looking at here?
One of the actual cameras, and then in the far right, top right side of that camera is Mr. Cyrus.
Okay. Liz, tell me about Mr. Chow. Was he able to demonstrate different capabilities with this surveillance system while you were there watching him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Such as?
He was able to find what area go backwards on when the individual walked inside, when he was walking around, when he walked outside.
Okay.
Any camera angle we needed to look at.
So he was able to access these different camera angles while you were there watching?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to reverse?
Yes, sir.
Fast forward?
Yes, sir.
Blow it up, make it bigger?
Yes, sir.
He was able to do all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 51. What do we see here?
The photo, the photo from before, but zoomed in.
Okay, so he's actually taken the angle we saw before, but zoomed in on it?
Correct.
And then you were able to watch this particular video play out in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as far as states 51 and what it's depicting here, that video, that angle, what did you all discover when you watched it?
Mr. Cyrus, I think, grabs several waters from that cooler and then places them all back.
Okay.
As if he decided he didn't want them anymore.
Okay. Well, is it safe to say that this is kind of the moment that y'all realized he never took anything?
Yes, sir.
And all these, you've been able to watch a lot of these surveillance videos since then?
I would assume so.
They were seized, to your understanding, as far as
My
you
understanding, yes, sir.
All right. Stage 3, do you agree that that's the surveillance videos taken from the Shell gas station?
I would agree.
state offers at this time, state's number 3 for admission of evidence. Well, to be clear, we're not publishing your number.
Yeah.
Please admit it as states 3 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. But I will note for the record that the defense has reserved the right to object on publication.
Yes, sir. Deputy. Who at the scene on the night of May 28th, 2023, who ever said anything about Cyrus pointing a gun?
Nobody.
Nobody. You were the first to talk with him.
Yes, sir.
The testimony under oath is nobody told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun at him.
Yes, sir. No one told me that.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Does he say he ever saw a gun?
No, he said his son seen a gun.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Cyrus trying to run away?
He just said they failed, kept running.
Okay. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away? In his own words.
He told him to drop the weapon, then proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round.
Okay. And I noticed at some point he left the scene. Do you know where he went?
I don't know where he went. I can assume he probably went.
Well, don't do that.
All right.
He left the scene.
He did.
And we see on your body cam when he's coming back up to where Cyrus is, and you speak with him.
Yes, sir.
Speak a little louder.
All right, let me ask you again. On your body cam, we see you approach him as he's coming back towards the scene. We know he's there when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, you're able to meet him as he's coming back from Park Lane towards the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, it looks like you're telling him to stay put. You want to speak with him when you get a chance.
Objection on reading.
Let me rephrase it.
Just rewrite.
Explain, if any, difficulties you had as far as having witnesses stand still and stay put. Do you remember anything about that in your body cam?
Yeah, I remember telling Mr. Chow to stay by my vehicle.
Okay. How many times?
Multiple. He kept moving around, so I kept instructing him to stay where he was.
Anything else that you were involved with that night? Evidence, at the scene, and then going back to Park Lane and operating the body worn camera. Anything else you remember?
That's it.
All right, I'll just remind you, we talked earlier about the backpack, recovering it. This is states 12. Stephanie, can we put 33 up? You recognize State's 12?
I do.
What is it?
Backpack, of course.
And is that the same backpack we see in State's number 33?
Yes, sir.
That you recovered from that drainage ditch?
Yes, sir.
You're on the state offers State's 12 permission.
No objection.
Be admitted state 12 without objection.
I just want to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Let me ask real quick, but I think I'm winding down.
Hello, KD.
You identified them earlier. State's 10, State's 7.
Yes, sir.
State 7 was what?
The shell casing.
From the marker AB.
Yes, sir.
10.
Firearm from Mr. Chow.
You know, the state, this time offer State's 10, so permission.
Our state 7 and 10 will be admitted without objection.
Only other thing that I think I just would have left out, do you remember? Oh, wait a minute. What, if anything, do you know how there's timestamp on your body worn camera video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What, if anything, and I'm looking even at State's 52, did you notice anything about the timing when you were viewing the different cameras and camera angles within the gas station as far as times associated with those videos?
Yes, sir. I realized it was off by a few days as well as the time was off.
Okay. So the times and dates on some of the cameras from within the gas station didn't quite match up.
Yes, sir.
I had another stack of pictures I meant to talk to you about earlier, but they hid from me in my podium. This is 44 through 48. Just quickly look at those. You just tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. Sorry, you recognize those?
I do.
All right. As far as States 48 and 47, what are we seeing in those pictures?
2 cell phones.
Okay, where are those located?
Right now.
Where were they in this picture?
No, on the counter.
Where? Where was the counter?
Oh, inside the store.
Okay, gotcha. What, just a white and black cell phone?
Yes, sir.
You want to state all, States 47 and 48 for Michigan.
47, 48. No objection.
All right, state 48, 47 and 48 will be admitted without objection.
States 45 and 46, what do we see here?
You see a white shoe, almost like an Air Force One, located within the store as well, next to the counter where the phones are located.
Okay. States 45 and 46 for Michigan.
No objection. All right, it'll be admitted to state 45 and 46 without objection.
States 44?
Oh, that's the inside the store.
Okay. And that just, does that
Judge,
indicate?
you have an objection to that. Publishing it. We pre-trial motion.
Oh, okay, yes, sir. What number was that, Scott?
44. pictures fairly and accurately depict how the store looked on the night of May 28th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
State officer states 44 permission.
David, it's state 44, subject to the pretrial hearing.
Deputy English, please answer any questions that Mr. Swerve has for you.
I think we're gonna break for lunch at this point. I suspect Mr. Swerve's cross-examination may be a little bit lengthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch now. It is 12:40. Let's be back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll try to get started soon thereafter.
Okay.
Discuss the case, research, or anything of that nature. Enjoy lunch. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Bye, bye, America, bye. Who up the ship to the levee, but the levee was gone. And good old boys drinking whiskey and wine, singing this could be the day that.
Just right, if I don't think I was just do this, if this is okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to confirm where I'm saying.
We're not live, but we will be.
I would just do this one, conclude on the witnesses.
Hey, quiet down, please.
Sorry,
At
Judge.
this point in
My
time,
fault.
the state has offered number one, without objection, English body cam video. Number two, which is an edited drone footage video. My understanding is the unedited version they'll get us just so we have it in the true record. The other- I thought there was a come from the or if I'm wrong, that's fine. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I just there's nothing wrong with number two, Your Honor. Number three was a surveillance video which we put in, but we agreed subject to a potential objection for the hearsay that comes in. Not published. Number six was placed in evidence, which is the tack light. Number seven was placed in the evidence, which is the casing. Number 10, which is the Glock 45 firearm. Number 11, which is the 9mm firearm. Number 12, which is the book bag. And then items 14 through 48 are all scene pictures. Items 44 and 52 were subject to our objection. Item 47 and 48, 45, 46, 47, 48 were taken at the store. And items 49 and 52 were also pictures taken from the store. And that's the only evidence that we have that had been entered as a business. Okay, thank you, Judge. Just look out for the record for you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll be these till 2 o'clock.
Yes. So. Right, so I mean, until we get to see the actual store stuff, that is a little bit of meh. Do you know what I mean? Sarah P.
Sarah P is lovely.
We are the one and only. So we're about. We will be live because I'm going to zoom it. Boop. So we're currently live. What I'll do, I will stay with you for a little bit as we watch a little something. A little bit of something to my left, a little bit of something to my right. A little bit of something's all I need. A little bit something's what I do. But he is in custody. Yeah, he was refused bond. He was refused bond. Bye bye. This is a something about cops. Concerned family requested welfare checks on a New Mexico man after not hearing from him for nearly 4 months. Craig Thetford and his wife were living in a remote area, secluded from the general public. When police spoke with Dina Thetford, she said Craig went on a fishing trip to Mexico with his new girlfriend, which was news to the 60-year-old volunteer firefighter's family. As investigators dig deeper, Craig's secret trip was not backed by evidence. Find out what happened to Craig Thetford on the episode of Law and Crime Investigates. So watch this. What happened to Craig? It's just it went on for hours. Lady died. I still think it's going on still, so I don't know. I might see if I can get a. I don't want to spoil it because I know some people are going to watch it, so I don't know. I might watch it another time. But as far as I would say, it's been going for around 3 to 4 hours, Carly Gregg. So, yeah.
Police department! Sheriff's office, announce yourself!
To the left. The dirt? Where's that blood?
Communications on a recorded line. How can I help you?
Who would I talk to have a wellness check done on an individual?
That would be me. What's going on?
His name is Craig Thetford. Everybody here in Texas has been trying to get a hold of Craig for nearly 2 months.
Okay.
We can't get a hold of his wife. We're really concerned about him because this is not like him. He always answers his phone or calls back. Nobody can get a hold of him.
The caller identifies himself as Craig Thetford's friend and business partner. He explains that 60-year-old Craig, the retired owner of a successful roofing business, frequently travels to Texas to visit family. But Craig lives with his wife, 60-year-old Dina Thetford, in Cloudcroft, New Mexico, a scenic mountain town tucked inside Lincoln National Forest. That same day, officers from the Otero County Sheriff's Office are dispatched to Craig and Dina's home to perform a wellness check.
Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Doesn't look like there's anyone in there. No lights on, nothing like that.
There's no sign of Craig or Dina or anything particularly unusual. So officers approach a neighbor to see if he might know anything about Craig and Dina's whereabouts.
Deputy Ventura with the Sheriff's Office. By chance, have you seen your neighbors over at 97 Heather?
No, sir, I hadn't. I've been really worried about him.
Okay.
Since January.
Since January?
Yeah.
So is it like, do they live here like part-time, or is it like full-time kind of thing? Do you know?
Well, he moved up here. They moved up here full-time.
Okay.
Oh, this was back about 2 years ago. And we were real good friends and everything.
Okay.
And we were both on the James Canyon Fire Department.
Mm-hmm.
And then come January, there was just no contact.
No contact at all come January? Yeah. Okay. About like how often would you say you guys usually talk or
Oh, he talked all the time.
Like, was it like phone calls, messages, or just like in person?
Oh, he's want to help me do all this driveway.
Oh, okay.
He's want to help me do this roof.
Okay. Okay, so you guys would hang out.
Yeah, we were
like
real
that.
good friends.
Gotcha. And you said since January you haven't seen anybody, heard from him or anything like that?
Yeah, January, I got sick, he got sick, and then it was after that, he just disappeared.
Okay.
I didn't know if he got sick and passed away, or I didn't know what happened.
Okay.
Because I ain't been able to talk to him or nothing.
Gotcha.
Officers make contact with another neighbor.
Hi, can I help
Yes, ma'am. How are you? I'm Deputy Ventura with the Otero County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
We were looking for Craig Thetford.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Craig.
Okay. How long has it been since you have spoken to him or seen
It
him?
has been since January.
Since about January?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, his wife Dina is my friend. She's in and out from the house down there.
Okay.
She hasn't really talked to me either, which is weird.
And when was the last time you saw Dina here in the area?
It's probably been about 3 weeks now.
About 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She's supposed to be
Okay.
coming to town this week, though. Is everything okay?
Yeah, so pretty much the reason we're here is we're here because some of Craig's friends were worried about him because they haven't heard from him in a while. So that's why we came out here, try to see if he was here, just make sure that he's okay. Obviously, as you already know, there hasn't been anybody staying in the house for a while. No. So we're just kind of trying to piece everything together. Just want to make sure that he's okay.
Yeah, no kidding. From what we heard, I mean, what Dana had said, that he was going to Breckenridge because his mom, he needed to take care of his mom.
Okay.
Before officers leave, the neighbor gives them Dina's cell phone number. When they call her number, it goes straight to voicemail. The next day, the sheriff's office receives another concerned call about Craig. This time, it's from one of his grandsons.
Communications on a recorded line. How can I help you?
Okay, this is going to seem really, really strange. About 4 months ago, my grandpa had went off the face of the world, and he's a volunteer firefighter up there. He loved to do it. He talked to me about it all the time. And so I'd like to place a wellness check. But the only person that said she's talked to him in 4 months is his wife, and apparently now they're getting a divorce. He's doing a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't believe it. It's not my grandpa. It's just really strange.
What's his name?
Craig Thetford.
After the message is relayed, a detective follows up with Craig's grandson.
Calling from the Otero County Sheriff's Office. Is this?
Yes, sir. It sure is.
Yes, sir. So I was calling in regards to, I believe, your grandfather.
Grandpa? Yes, sir. Craig Thetford.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Okay, so, he went, completely ghost from the family for... this started January. He last talked to my grandma when she was in the hospital. And so, I wasn't really worried about it because, if you went a month or 2 months without texting us or contacting anybody, then, that's that. But whenever Mother's Day came along, that's when we really started getting worried because he didn't call his mother. Mm-hmm. And so, it's like I said, it's been about 4 months since, he hasn't texted nobody, but he just randomly went missing, and his wife is the only one that has had contact with him.
Have you guys had any contact with his wife?
Yeah, she came over to my grandma's today, saying he's apparently gone AWOL and is going talking to other girls, and that he's working at another. But I don't believe that. He wouldn't ghost his family.
Okay.
After speaking with his grandson, officers return to Craig and Dina's house again.
Sheriff's Office.
Same light on?
Yeah, it's the same light.
Not seeing anything different.
No, it looks exactly the same. It doesn't look like anyone's been here.
I'm not seeing anything that's changed or moved. Same motion lights turning on like nobody's flipping switches.
Once again, it appears no one is home. As officers scan the property, one of the neighbors they spoke with yesterday waves them down. He pulls out his cell phone and shows them his text thread with Craig.
Blue's you, right? Yeah, Blue's me, and he's on this side. And this is the only way I've been able to have any communication with you. And I don't even know if it's him. Okay. And he read this one, didn't respond, and I sent him another one on this one, and I hadn't gotten nothing. It hadn't even shown red. And it don't even show that it's been read. Okay. That was 27th? Yeah, the 27th of January. Yeah, the 27th of January.
And you obviously recognize his voice if you talk to him.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do me a favor, call his phone number right now while we're here. And I can give it to you if you don't have it ready available. Because if she answers his phone, there's a problem. And if she does answer the phone saying, hey, just hadn't heard from y'all in the vid or whatever, and, don't tell them I'm here. I'll put it on speaker.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as the called party is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later.
While officers have no physical proof that Craig is in any kind of danger, based on everything they've learned so far, it's clear something is off about this situation. And the case grows even more puzzling when they speak with Dina.
Hello?
Hi, I missed a phone call.
Yes, ma'am. How are you? This is Deputy Pintor calling from the Otero County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
I was calling in reference to your husband, Craig.
Yes.
So we got some calls. There were some concerns. It seems that he hasn't been in contact with a lot of his family and some of his friends.
Right. Yeah.
So-
We have been separated, and I recently filed for divorce. He's kind of went. He's involved with someone else, and so currently he's in Mexico.
In Mexico. Okay.
Yeah, El Salto.
Would you happen to have an address for him or anything like that?
Well, I don't. All I know is by credit card charges, and I came to Texas for Mother's Day, and I haven't gotten back there yet.
That's all right. When was the last time you saw him in person?
Before he left.
Okay. Would you have an estimate, like, was it like 1 week, 2 weeks?
I wish I had a calendar. This is the 12th. The first of the month.
First of the month.
And that is definitely an estimate.
Okay. And you saw him in person, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He was packing. Yes.
Where was this at? Was this at your residence on Heatherwood?
Yes.
Okay.
He has moved out essentially.
Okay. Do you remember what he was wearing that day?
He was wearing a big dog. Well, he wears big dog T-shirts. I'm not sure which one. And shorts.
Okay.
Khaki.
Was he wearing any hats or accessories or anything like that?
Yes, he always wears a hat.
What color was it?
Camo.
So, being that it seems that it's been several weeks that no one has seen him in person, what we will be doing is filing a missing persons report, okay?
Okay.
And where are you currently staying at?
I'm at my mom's in Texas, Seymour, Texas.
Dina tells the detective she plans to hit the road and head back to New Mexico tomorrow.
Okay, ma'am. I believe I have all the information I have for now. If I have any more questions, I'll give you a call back to this number, okay?
Yeah, this is a good number. What do I need to do? I mean, I don't think he's missing.
Gotcha. Yeah, and the issue here, I guess, is nobody's been able to get in contact with him, and so that's concerning in a sense. His family, their main concern was that he hasn't talked to them in months, but not just that. But usually, he would always call. I believe it was his grandmother or his mother on Mother's Day. And so they found it very odd that he hadn't been in contact with them. Hello?
All of a sudden, the call drops. When the investigator tries calling Dina back, there's no answer.
Hello, it's Dina. Leave a message.
While investigators wait for Dina to return to New Mexico so they can interview her in person, they issue a statewide missing persons alert for Craig Thetford. Based on Dina's claim that Craig has fled to Mexico with another woman, detectives contact United States Border Patrol to see if they can verify this. But according to Border Patrol records, the last time Craig left the country was 2 years ago, in 2023. Detectives also learned Craig's red pickup truck has been sitting in a local mechanic's shop awaiting repairs, so it's unclear how he would have driven to Mexico, if that's true.
I'm en route to 97 Heather Way for some more follow-up reference the disappearance of Craig Thetford. I'll go back on video when I arrive at the residence.
48 hours after Craig's business partner and friend first reported him missing, detectives get word that Dina's back in town. So one of them decides to pay her a visit.
Hope somebody's home. Hi, good morning. Dina?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning, good morning. Hey, I'm doing some I'm Roger. I'm sorry.
I'm
Roger
Dana.
Smith.
I think we met at a football game.
Probably did. I'm trying to do some follow-up on Craig. And I thought maybe I could meet with you and maybe you could try to kind of help me, give me some information. And
Sure.
what, can we sit somewhere? Or?
Come over here.
All right. Okay, well, obviously we got some calls because people haven't been hearing from her or anything. So you being the wife, you might be able to help me.
Well, it's his mom. I talked to his mom.
His mom?
I had gone to visit her Monday, I guess.
This last Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I guess she called y'all to see if y'all could catch him up here. He only usually shows up when I leave.
Oh, really? So you guys aren't?
No, we have been having some issues.
Okay.
I guess you would say we're separated.
How long has that been going on?
Well, nothing's legal yet. We haven't been really spending much time together since.
So this is the zone. No, I always like to say, because it's an unexpected thing. So this is a good example. So if I wanted, I don't know what that is, but subscription here. Well, that's not too bad. So it gives you like Hard Knocks, NFL schedule release, all that. I get all of this stuff. I get some boxings. No, it's not $250 a month. Just to clarify, it's not $250 a month. It's just under £200. So it's about $260 a year. It's a year thing. That's why I forgot about it. So you got the boxing stuff here. Football. I don't know if I get to see football. Maybe I do. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Find out. I'll get bounced for that. I don't get NHL. I have to pay for that. I think I get it after the fact, if that makes sense. Let's have a look to see if I get it after. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, maybe I do. No, I don't. I have to subscribe to it. I should subscribe to it because... So that is an extra, probably, well, for the Ultima, it's an extra $35. That's an extra 6 coffees for this. But isn't it nearly done, the NHL? Is the NHL nearly done? Or has it not started yet? I don't know what the difference is. We got boxing, but I have to obviously pay for the main fights, if that makes sense. But I don't watch boxing, so it's fine. And I get college football as well in my subscription, which is quite good. Oh, we're in the playoffs. Okay, so it's not worth me doing it then. We don't get it in the internet. I can't get it off the internet at all. I love the way. Yeah. So just to clarification, I do that because I get to keep about 93 to 94% of coffees. So that's why I always go with coffees, because I try and work it out. Well, that's like £4.70 to tech. Do you know what I mean? So that's how I do it. You're supposed to be Detroit Red Wings fan. I know. I got a Bruins hat somewhere. Oh, I got a Bruins hat. Boston's Bruins. There you go. And one of them. Why can't you see it? Because it doesn't come up. We don't have it. Every time that I wanted to like pirate it and stuff, I either have to pay for it or it always goes. Do you know what I mean? We have to pay for everything. Not moral. Fuck no. I would steal anything. that I can get it, but it always ends up you have to pay for it. You get like 2 minutes, and then you have to. I'll go OCD. I have to sniff everything. Sorry, I have to sniff everything. It's a bad habit, but I have to do it. Anyway, let's get back to this. But that's the zone, basically a one-stop shop, live TV. Obviously, I don't use it much now. This is why I forgot about it. And then I was like, oh, shit. I got an email saying, next month we are taking out your annual subscription. I was like, fuck. Here, it gives you like a couple of minutes and then you have to pay for it. It might be a UK thing. I do use VPNs and stuff, but it always ends up you have to pay like. Right, let's get back into this one because Dave was into it. So hang on. Bear with me. Let's put I get this up. Sorry, KD. Well, to be fair, I was supposed to get a Detroit, what do you call it? Red Wings, but you run out of stock or something. So unfortunately, that's why I have to wear it. Data White, yes.
Probably February.
Early February, late February.
Late February or mid-February.
Since mid-February. Okay. And then, so things weren't working out. So you left, he left. How did that?
He left. He told me. Well, he first went to Texas because said he needed to go help his mom.
So he left here to go help his mom?
That was what he said, yes.
Dina says after Craig visited his mother in Texas, he headed to Albuquerque for firefighter training.
When was that?
That was like probably maybe the second week of February that he left the first time.
So, and that was like the second week of February?
You'll have to bear with me because I don't keep track of time at all. But yeah, I mean, it was February. And supposedly he would stay there a week and then come back on the weekend.
Are you thinking this is maybe the Socorro Fire Academy or the Albuquerque Fire Academy?
Well, all he ever really told me was Albuquerque.
Okay.
But then, and it just, and I just, whatever. And sometime in February.
See the bit, KD. Thank you with that.
I kind of started feeling resentful, and I asked him to start spending more time with me and doing things. And he just put this above everything. And this is my side, and that's how I feel.
That was in February too.
February, maybe March, 1st of March, or it was the end of February because it was my mom's birthday.
Okay.
My mom's birthday is the 27th. So we had a big commotion about his priorities and that sort of thing. And he,
how are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Compo, better known Compo. Thank you to Robin G for making that name called Paul for thee.
basically told me to take what I wanted and get out.
He told you to take your stuff and leave?
Yep.
I think I was muted. I was saying, first time we seen it because you disappeared for like 2 years. So that's why. Or maybe when you were away. Muted, I know. I noticed it just as I did it.
Take what you want and get out. And said, you take what you want and you get out. There was an argument.
Right.
And at that time, you know, it was my mom's birthday. She'd been sick, so I just had it, and I packed my little car and packed a bag and went to my mom's for a couple weeks, maybe a week.
Okay.
And then this is how it's been. I'm not.
Was he calling you, or y'all were texting each
He
other?
stopped talking to me at the fight. When we had the fight,
And that was here.
Yes, he wouldn't return my text. You know, and that can be his personality. I'm not saying that, you know, but I didn't feel like it was intentional at that time, like I do now.
So that was all back in late February, right? Late February in that time frame. So
February,
early March.
Yeah, you know, I did start staying away. But when I would come home, I mean, he's been here. It got to the point where he would just leave me a note like that one over there.
Can you grab it for me? I'm waiting to get cataract surgery done on my eyes. They're not working too great. So
I've gotten to where I have to wear my glasses all the time. Now there's been several. This is our communication right here for the last 2 months.
Okay.
And there's been several, but this is now this one is from not like 2 weeks ago. And that I wrote that. That's what.
Can you please, this is your handwriting and that's his?
Yes, because his family's been calling me, where is he? You know, and I'm like, I know as much as you do.
Where's El Salto?
Mexico.
But when did he write that?
I'm going to say he wrote that on March 28th. All this time's gone by. I mean, he quit coming home. He would come in like I say the middle of the night. I go to bed early, but he'd come in, he'd do laundry, and he'd be gone again. He's packed up all his clothes. I got back yesterday. Now all his clothes are gone. His home computer's gone.
Dina also mentions that during his brief return trips to their house, Craig would collect their mail, including their bank and credit card statements, and leave with it.
So do you think he's came back and got all that? The credit card bills? I mean, all it disappeared.
I think that between the whenever he left, there's nothing in there. I just don't think. I don't know what the hell he's doing. I've just been.
So how are the bills getting paid if he's not here?
They're all set up on credit cards. So
do you have access to his credit card accounts and all that?
I had to. I have two that he gave me, and then he showed me how to go up to the computer and make the payment, because he does that manually each time. But I mean, nothing's cut off.
As the detective continues to question her about any activity on Craig's bank and credit card accounts, Dina announces she has something she needs to confess.
I have an important fact, but I'm hesitant to. Can I say something off the record?
Sure.
Craig keeps all our money in cash.
Okay.
So, and I can't get in the safe, so I can't tell you if he took it or if it's there.
All the money? Yeah. Why can't you get into the safe?
I don't have the combinations.
Could you show me where that safe is?
Yes.
Okay.
Dina leads the detective downstairs to a rec room area.
This one and this one.
Oh, there's two of them.
Yeah.
So obviously he was a firearm guy like me.
Yes.
But I don't have safes like this. So what's that white stuff?
I think it's from when he's moved it. I think it's.
Oh, it just got scratched.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's been.
So you don't have the combination for either safe?
No. No, I just.
You didn't keep it written down anywhere, or you don't know? Okay.
Throughout their conversation, the detective makes a pointed observation. Dina doesn't seem worried or upset about Craig's mysterious disappearance at all.
So what do you think's going on?
Honestly, I think he's running around with someone.
Okay. No idea though who
No.
or where?
No.
So you're thinking maybe he's in a relationship with somebody else?
I really do.
Was there anything else you can think of that might lead me in the right direction or a direction?
I think he wants me out. And I think there's a reason that he wants me out. And I mean, I can't prove anything to you. I've never seen him with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Before he leaves, the detective double checks one detail.
Let me ask you again. I'm sorry I didn't write down. When did he leave that whiteboard message for you?
It was on. Well, I went to town on the 28th
of this month.
April. April. Yes.
Silently, the detective clocks a contradiction in Dina's timeline. Earlier in the interview, she told him Craig left her that message at the end of March. Now she's claiming it was April.
Alrighty. Anything else you can think of? I need to know. If you hear from him, I need to know right away.
Okay.
Because I have entered him as a missing.
That's why it's so annoying, because like every one of us slips up and says different months, different days and stuff like that. So for him to be like, he said April. So she was like, yeah, April. I was probably not even thinking about it. And I was like, oh, you see, she's trying to deceive us. She said March, now she says April. Like, who cares? You know, that's not like a smoking gun like they try to make out, in my opinion, anyway.
Person at this point. He's listed as a missing person. So usually when they just drop off the whole radar, something's not good.
As the detective heads back to his vehicle, he notices there's a brand new Ford Mustang parked in the driveway with Texas tags. He runs the plate. It's registered to Dina. As their suspicions surrounding Dina's story mount, detectives continue interviewing Craig's family and friends for information. During a conversation with Craig's sister, she reveals something notable. Dina recently purchased a brand new home for herself in Seymour, Texas. A detective reaches out to a real estate agent to verify the intel.
Okay, I was wondering if maybe you could help me out with answering some questions on a property that you had sold in February, if you have a second.
Yes. Which house is it?
500 North River Street in Seymour.
Yes. Yes.
You had sold it to a single buyer?
Yes.
Can you verify the name for me?
Dina?
Yes. Okay. She didn't have another person in the transaction with her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember when it was that she was inquiring to purchase the property?
Shit fucking thing. I was on mute again. Thank you very much to you, Toots, for the 3 copies. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for those, even though I have said thank you twice because I was muted, but I appreciate them. Thank you very much, Toots. And hello, lovely. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you as well. Let me update that. Get this up for you, people. Hang on. Oh, thank you, Toots, as well. Hang on. Get this back up here. Thank you for becoming a member again, Toots. I appreciate that. Thank you, my darling.
I know she closed the first week of February. I want to say she closed like the 4th. And I think it all happened within like a week.
Was there any talk about why it was so quick?
She was moving down here to be closer to her mom. Is all I knew.
Was there a mortgage or was that a cash sale?
It was all, I think it was this cash deal. I know she didn't have a loan.
All right. Is there anything else? Did she mention husband or him moving with her, or?
No, I thought that they had got divorced, kind of just what I've heard, but I don't know for sure. But she just said that they weren't together anymore. I just kind of figured that they split up. It happened, that I didn't pry.
Sure.
The fact that Dina has made 2 big purchases in the wake of Craig's disappearance strikes detectives as highly questionable. If Craig controls their finances, as she claims he does, where exactly did she get the money to pay for a new car and a new house, and how? The next day, a detective meets up again with Craig's neighbor. The neighbor takes him to an area where he says Craig and Dina liked to ride their ATVs and shoot their guns. While they search the area for any potential clues, the neighbor recalls a conversation he had with Craig.
We was on our way back home, and Craig said, if anything ever happens to me out on one of these calls, Dina has a combination to the safe, and I keep an envelope full of money in it. And that way she can take care of anything.
Okay. He was saying that because he trusted you as a friend and saying, that these are the things that are in place, especially if something went wrong on one of the fire scenes, and they kind of letting you know that something goes bad, at least his wife has a combination to say where he would keep money.
The detective realizes this is yet another indication that Dina's hiding something.
She told me during that videotaped interview that she's never had the combination to the safe. So it's a contradiction of what Craig Thetford told me, and obviously what Deanna Thetford told me yesterday on the 15th of May, 2025.
4 days later, the detective returns to Craig and Dina's home.
24 base, and I'll be 97.
And he's struck by what he sees. On the property next to the house, there's a freshly dug hole. It looks to be around 4 feet deep. A few yards away, he spots a backhoe.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
I was about to make some coffee.
I'll take some coffee. What are you putting in the ground?
I'm not putting it in the ground. I was trying to flatten it. I'm going to roll those rocks back in there.
Oh, I saw that metal thing. I thought maybe it was some kind of a holding thing.
It's an above ground gardening.
Oh, yeah.
If Dina's telling the truth, the hole could be for a garden. It could also be for something more sinister.
It's pretty strong.
Pretty good. I like strong coffee. Is there anywhere else you think he could have gone? I mean, I don't see where he's traveled out of the United States yet. I haven't seen anything.
You haven't?
No. I was hoping the financial records would help us track him and see what's going on in his head. I guess the reason why I keep bugging you about the credit card stuff is, how is he financing anything unless he just took all the money, I wish I knew how we could get into those 2 safes, but without destroying them. I don't know anything about those big safes, but I know it's an act of God to get one of those things cut open.
I couldn't even begin to guess what a password would be, or
That's all right.
I mean, can they be gotten into? I guess you can solve them.
Yeah, I guess.
Once again, despite what Craig's neighbor told the detective, Dina insists she doesn't have the combinations to Craig's 2 safes.
All right, my dear, I'm gonna get out of here. Like I said, call me if something pops off, and we'll go from there. I don't know what else to tell you. Looks like you tore up your shed with the.
I did, and I was just waiting for it to get warm enough to. What my original plan was just to flatten it out.
Yeah.
And I mean, I used to drive that tractor.
Yeah.
But I just don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I hear you. You gonna do some above ground gardening?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Fill it up with logs, and
Yeah.
I have a bale of hay I need to get rid of.
Yeah.
So-
Put hay in there and get it buried.
As the contradictions in Dina's story gnaw at them, authorities decide to dig deeper into her background. They learn the former correctional officer had been married 3 times prior to her union with Craig. And when a detective speaks with her third ex-husband, they get quite an earful.
Why did you guys end up getting a divorce?
Because she's crazy.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for me?
Yeah, she is what they classify as a binge drinking alcoholic. She will go sober for long periods of time, months sometimes, and then she'll start drinking. Usually starts by having a beer, and then a beer turns into a 6-pack, and then a 6-pack turns into a 12-pack, and then she starts drinking whiskey. When she starts drinking whiskey, she goes completely insane.
Okay. You said she gets violent when she drinks?
Oh, absolutely. Twice she tried to kill me. Came after me one time with a kitchen knife. I had to call the Seymour police and have her arrested to get her off of me. And then another time, she had found my Glock 22 hidden in my dresser drawer. Luckily, I was smart enough not to get the chamber. And she got a hold of that and chased me out of the house with that while pulling the trigger. Then she figured out it wasn't going to fire, so she was trying to rack the slide to load it, but she didn't have the strength or the know-how or whatever. Couldn't get it loaded, so that afforded me the chance to get away.
Okay. Did this go on the entirety of your marriage, or was this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the whole time.
Okay.
Dina's ex-husband says, aside from the knife incident, which resulted in Dina spending a night in jail to sober up, he never reported the violence to police.
I don't know. I guess I thought I could pride, I guess. You know, men don't get abused by women.
But his revelations regarding Dina's alleged violent, unstable behavior are just the beginning. There's more. Around 6 years ago, he says, Dina came by his house to drop off their son. What she said back then haunts him even now.
The only time she's ever been to my house here in Wichita and dropped off, and we sit on the porch and talk for 10 minutes or so. And she did state in front of me and my wife, if I could kill Craig and get away with it, I'd do it.
This damning disclosure, along with all the other information and evidence detectives have accumulated over the course of their investigation, has them convinced that Craig didn't run off to Mexico. They believe he's the victim of foul play, and Dina possibly has something to do with it. But investigators still need concrete evidence to prove their theory. Weeks go by, and as investigators continue to build their case against Dina, there's a sudden break in the case, and it comes from a surprising source, Dina's daughter from a previous marriage.
Hi, Leslie. How are you this morning?
Oh, you know. All right, I guess.
Hanging in there?
Yeah.
Well, good. I got a couple of questions for you this morning, and I have EJ in the office with me also that may have a couple of questions for you also, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Did you ever remember the day that your mother come to see you?
Dina's daughter tells detectives that a month ago in May, right around the time Craig was reported missing, her mother paid her an unexpected visit in Texas.
Then she called me and she was like, I'm in town. I got this hotel. Do you want to come over and I'll take you out to dinner? So we went to Joe's Crab Shack. And then she told me at Joe's Crab Shack.
She told you the Crab Shack what had happened?
Yeah. Well, like briefly. And then she came over in my apartment later, like the next day or something. And like, I asked her questions and then that's when she told me more. But she said that they were fighting and that Craig pushed her down the stairs and laughed about it or laughed at her or something. And then she just flew into a rage and was blinded by rage and just shot him like pow, pow, pow.
She specifically told you that she shot him.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And she described it how?
Like pow, pow, pow. That's what she literally said. And then I was trying to ask her, like, so you went to go grab the gun? Like, I was going to ask her where the gun was. But then she started, like, her story wasn't really, like, all together. So then I was like, okay. So then I moved on to, well, were you looking at him? Like, did you see him when he shot? Like, were you facing him? Like, did you see his eyes or whatever? And she nodded her head yes, like that she was facing him or looking at him or something like that, or saw him. So then I was like, okay. And then I asked her, like, why she shot the gun so many times. Because I was like, well, did he not go down after the first one or whatever? And she was like, I don't know. I just, like, shot really fast. And I was like, okay. And then she said he fell down into the pool room.
Okay. So from the pool room, how would someone get his body outside?
I think I asked her that, and she said that she couldn't move him because he's so heavy. So she left him there. Like, he laid there for like a day and a half or 2 days and a half. And then she wrapped him up in a rug. She said there was a rug there, which I don't remember there being a rug there, but maybe there was. I don't know. She wrapped him in a rug. She wrapped him in like some plastic. She said she would do a little bit, and then she would have to stop and like go back in the house. And then she would do a little bit and then have to go back in the house. And she was like explaining that to me. And then she said that she tied something around the rug and dragged it out with a tractor. Dragged him out. And then she told me that his body's in the carport. Oh, she told me that. I asked her how long that this happened, like how long ago, like how long has he been there basically. And she said that this happened in like January or February or something. So it's been like a while.
Did she say she dug a hole and put him in there?
She did not say. And I didn't even think to ask any more questions because I'm kind of like still can't believe like this has happened.
Oh, I get it. Yes. I understand. Okay. Did he keep money in the house?
Craig?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the majority of his money was cash. So my mom said that he had like duffel bags full of cash at the house somewhere.
Okay. And did she tell you that?
She took it.
Dina's daughter says she wanted to go to authorities, but she was afraid of the consequences for herself and her family.
I'm scared that she would try to take us all down with her because she's that type of person.
Despite her fears, she ultimately decided she couldn't let her mother get away with murder.
Craig did not deserve that. No matter what she said happened or didn't happen, like Craig was, you know, a pretty decent guy, and he didn't deserve for that to happen.
That day, armed with a search warrant, authorities descend on Craig and Dina's house in Cloudcroft, New Mexico.
97 Heather Way on a search warrant. Reference 25 Sam-210 260. Good job, gentlemen.
Police Department! Sheriff's Office announced yourself! Search warrant!
Dina's nowhere in sight, but when police approach the carport area, they're hit with the sickening smell of rotting flesh. There, underneath piles of cardboard wrapped in blankets and stuffed in a garbage bag filled with mothballs, they find Craig Thetford's dead body. Craig's remains are placed in a body bag, removed from the scene and preserved for autopsy. Meanwhile, police break the locks and access the two gun safes.
Okay.
That's 10,000.
10,000. Okay.
You just want to hold that open?
Holy smokes.
Is there more?
Oh,
Yeah.
Bunch more.
In addition to $84,200 in cash, investigators also find a treasure trove of guns. They also find evidence of a cover-up, an arsenal of cleaning agents, including a carpet shampooing machine.
Let me see if there anything else.
Dirt? Where's that blood?
The medical examiner rules Craig died from 3 gunshot wounds. His cause of death and the location of his body lines up exactly with the information Dina's daughter provided to police. Information she claims came straight from Dina's mouth. 3 weeks later, on July 8, 2025, investigators descend on Dina's mother's house in Seymour, Texas, with an arrest warrant in hand.
She inside the house?
No,
What's
she's not here. She's in Wichita Falls.
what's she doing in Wichita Falls?
She got to take her life.
Officers make the 50-mile drive to the hospital in Wichita Falls and arrest Dina. She's transported to the Wichita County Sheriff's Office jail and charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. The next day, at the police station, detectives give Dina a chance to come clean.
All right, Dina. So I'm sure you understand why we're all here.
Yes.
Did you get a copy of your arrest warrant
No, I
yesterday?
haven't gotten a copy of anything by anybody anywhere.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna need a lawyer.
Okay.
And that's as far as I'm gonna go.
The following month, while Dina remains in jail awaiting trial, Craig's devastated family and friends gather to say goodbye and lay him to rest in Texas. Whether Craig's loved ones get justice remains to be seen. For now, Dina Thetford remains in jail. Her trial is scheduled to begin in July of 2026.
Why do I keep fucking muting all the time? Thank you to KD for the 6 coffees. It says NFL or whatever. Thank you very much, KD. I do appreciate that. Thank you to everybody that has donated. I will remove that now and say, how many coffees have we done here? Hang on. Let me just update this. We've done 21 coffees. Happy days. Not a bad day, is it? 21 coffees so far. Out of 50. Happy days. So yeah, thank you all of you for your generosity. I appreciate it. To get back to the trial, they are back from lunch, so I will start playing this. I'm going to go and have my dinner then. But I will be listening, but I need to go and have my dinner type of thing. So I'll just be on me couch. Yeah, do you know what? I never grift. As you know, most of you who are here, I never grift. I never sell anything. I say something at the start of the stream and then that's it. I don't say anything else. So I totally rely on all of you for your generosity at all times if you ever feel like giving. But today I was like, I'm going to struggle with that bill. So I was like, I have to say something to see if the people in chat can help me out, because I say it's next month, but I thought if I start grifting now, we might get somewhere. So, I mean, I will start selling myself, as you know. I'll start stripping off, KD. But yeah, I'll always get my tits out for any kind of coffees. That is never behind me whatsoever. We're raising a baby down as a community. It's big baby. No, but thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. As I say, I'll always show my tits for a few coffees. No issues whatsoever. Right. Court is back. So I'm going to... I need more than 50, yes. Court is back. So I'm going to leave you, love you and leave you for a little bit.
We did have one matter we would like to take up before the hearing comes out.
Okay.
We would just ask the witness to be excused for just the duration of this brief argument. Okay. we just conferred with the state about our intent to offer some of the body cam from the scene that night, and this is all in relation to the impression the state has just made in front of the jury. There's no one said anything about Mr. Carmack-Belton pointing a weapon at Andy Chow. So obviously in cross-examination to combat that, we would like to play the statements of Rick Chow made to both Deputy English as well as Deputy Carter on scene, as we just saw, as Mr. Chow starts getting into the substance of what happened. Deputy English just walked away, actually at the very moment that he starts describing, what's going on with his gun. So our basis to admit both of these exhibits, and specifically Carter's, would be the stipulation between the parties that we took up before trial that all of the body camera in this case is authentic and meets the 8036 business record hearsay exception. During the conference that we just had with the state, brought up that we had some objections to the content of some of the video, which would reiterate that those objections we had to some of the content were based on the confrontation clause, not any hearsay argument, which we've already stipulated around. And the confrontation clause is unique to the accused, and we raised that because we were concerned about the state not calling all of these other purported eyewitnesses. So that being said, we would also supplement the basis for admission under 106, rule of completeness. We just heard a segment of Mr. Chow's statement that the state wants into evidence, and we would like for the jury to hear the entirety of that statement must be considered in its totality to further understand the context and obviously cross-examine this witness about the impression we just made in front of the jury.
We were just showing two envelopes labeled English body-worn camera. We just spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what needed to be redacted out of English's body-worn camera. We did that and played it today. I'm unclear what they want to introduce as far as English body cam, because we just played it today. And all I've seen is an envelope labeled English body camera. The other one is Carter. I believe they have Carter on their witness list. There has been no stipulation as far as hearsay exception. The statute is 19-5-520. And again, that is why we spend a lot of time muting several parts of our body-worn camera belonging to English, because there was a general objection to things that were spoken about in those body cameras. And what they're seeking to do is introduce through English, the next witness who's on the stand now, something he didn't hear, something he wasn't privy to. It was a statement made to another officer. They can call him to the stand. So then I got a problem, because what is the exception they're offering? It couldn't be a party opponent. They're trying to offer something Mr. Chow said to another officer who's not in the courtroom today. I don't know what the exception is, but they certainly can call him to the stand and talk about any statements he made to law enforcement at that time. They can certainly call Chick Chow to the stand to say anything that he remembers saying to law enforcement at the time. But just to be clear, I know this is confusing. I have not dealt with the case that they are seeking to introduce a body-worn camera that contains a statement made by Chick Chow to an officer. And they're seeking to do it through English. He wasn't there to hear any of these statements. I don't understand how he can, testify to this conversation. All they got to do is call Deputy Carter to authenticate the video, to talk about what he's saying, what the defendant's saying, but then they still have the hearsay current. So they can certainly call him to the stand, and if he says something different, then we can impeach him with a prior statement. I don't know if I know it's a confusing situation. They're trying to introduce something that this officer wouldn't be privy to. Something that's picked up by a completely different officer's camera. Your Honor,
the facts of what he did not hear are just as proper to ask this witness about in the context of what he's now saying, that, you know, there was no statement made on the scene that night that Mr. Carmack-Belton pointed a gun at Andy Chow. That was very much communicated to officers on scene that night. And the state is really...
English's body-worn camera is already in exhibit.
English's body-worn camera. So what we're really talking about is Carter's body-worn camera. When English is asking Mr. Chow, you know, what happened, and he starts getting into the substance of it, and the very line that he starts referencing the gun that Mr. Carmack-Belton had, he walks away to go talk to Andy Chow.
Okay. Well, I think everybody saw that already.
Right, and so the rest of the statements that Mr. Chow is making about the gun to Deputy Carter, there is no objection the state can have at this point in time, regardless of whether this witness has knowledge. We have stipulated to the foundation, we have stipulated to the hearsay exception.
I think it's still got to properly come in through the appropriate witness.
That would be for the purpose of establishing a foundation, if I'm not mistaken. And we've already stipulated that.
And I don't see how English establishes an appropriate foundation for Carter's body cam.
Well, we've stipulated that it need not be authenticated. No additional foundation needs to be laid for any of the 911, any of the body cam, or any of the surveillance.
I don't think anybody has done that.
And I'm.
I did the business record affidavit motion, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the notice that we sent, and even on the record, we said that pursuant to section 19.5.20. So I'm not sure which 803 thing he keeps talking about. That's not the ground that we got those business record affidavits under. We got it under the statute. And what we talked about on Friday was that the business record affidavit, the purpose for the body-worn cameras is that the videos themselves are authentic, meaning we didn't have to call English to say, yes, this is my body camera. But their main objection, I believe Mr. McCullough was the one who said it, was that, yes, we will say that these videos are authentic, but we may have objections to the hearsay that are in the business record, which is typical with any business record. If it was a medical record and there was hearsay in it, you couldn't just put the medical records in. And that was the whole thing yesterday with English's body-worn camera and the statements of Lori and Kennedy's and other witnesses. They want all that muted because it was hearsay. It's the same thing in Carter's. And that's why the video surveillance is, you know, it's hearsay in those body cameras. And English didn't even hear the conversation. And like you said, there's no hearsay exception. We did not stipulate to hearsay in the videos of body cameras.
Your Honor, we're pretty flatly misrepresenting the record. Our entirety of our objection was 1 under 403, which the court recalls, and 2 under the confrontation clause, which is unique to a defendant. We have stipulated that the business record notice we got that contains reference to the statute that the state just cited is the notice of intent to offer business records, which is the hearsay exception. We agreed that all of this meets the first line of hearsay exception. And now the state is trying to dig itself out of this stipulation when it, like, we're offering this to save time. It's going to come in anyway. If the state doesn't want, you know, us to be able to correct the impression that it just made, I think we would need to give the court reporter time to listen to the question and answers that the state just asked this witness about who said what about Mr. Carmack-Belton pointing a gun at Andy Chow that night. And we haven't even gotten to the rule of completeness issue. If that needs to be reserved for our case, then so be it. But in fairness, there's no reason under the agreements that we have already made that this can't be offered time now.
The agreements are, it is what it purports to be, not that it comes in through any witness. We just not need to put it in. We just throw everything to the jury. So we already stipulated, nothing here to see. That's what you're asking, essentially.
If the parties were to agree to all the, you know, try to get legal issues, then we theoretically could do that. But I just don't understand what this state's issue is with putting the complete statement of
It can come
the
in
defendant.
appropriate witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, yeah, if you need to cross-examine him off of his body on camera, you can, but not off the car.
Understood, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right, then, jury, please, Mr. Cole. All right, ready for cross-examination?
We'd like to offer this according to what we just discussed.
You're welcome to. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We got a matter of law. Ready to go now. All right, Mr. English, I remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Swerve.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. English, let me ask you, when you were standing there and you had been talking to Mr. Chow, at some point when you asked the question, you walked away, somebody called you and you walked away from Mr. Chow. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was in the middle of a conversation about whether or not somebody saw the weapon or not,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Carter was standing right near you, was he not?
If I can remember so.
Pardon?
If I can remember correctly.
And did you happen to hear the conversation between Mr. Carter and Mr. Chow?
No, sir.
Did you happen to review it later?
No, I never watched his body count.
Are you aware, and I'm not going to ask you the details of it, but are you aware of what Mr. Chow told Mr. Carter?
No, sir.
But you do agree that at the time you were asking that question, you got interrupted and walked away, and Mr. Chow was standing there. You didn't follow up, correct?
Correct.
All right. There are a few questions I'd like to ask you. When you arrived on the scene, Mr. Chow was still there, correct?
Correct.
And his son was still there, is that correct?
I don't recall it.
You don't remember whether, okay. All And did you observe what Mr. Chow was doing when you arrived?
I know when I arrived, he told me that there was a firearm on the ground.
Did you see him giving any kind of life-saving measures to Mr. Carmack-Belton?
No,
You did not see him.
I observed the other female
Okay.
giving chest
But
compressions.
he was standing there
Closely.
at the time you saw him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he stayed there and he spoke with you when you asked him some questions, correct?
Briefly, yes, sir.
Yeah. And we've already established that at some point you didn't follow up with the question, but Mr. Carter was standing right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you went ahead and you found the book bag in, I don't know, we call it a ditch or whatever.
The drainage ditch, yes, sir.
And you picked up the book bag, and at the point that you picked it up, you did not realize it had anything to do with the case. Is that correct?
I was unsure.
Pardon?
I was unsure if it had anything to do with it, yes, sir.
But you did take it into your possession.
Correct.
And did you open the bag?
I looked inside it briefly.
All right. And do you recall whether or not what was in the bag? Some papers?
Miscellaneous
You didn't see any
documents.
money in the bag, did you?
Not that I can recall. No, miscellaneous items, a few documents, that's it.
Okay. And what did you do with the bag at that point?
Put it back in my trunk.
And that's where you put the other items as well.
Correct.
When you found the Taurus 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the area, you went ahead and you picked that up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you took it over to your vehicle as well?
Correct.
I think that's on the video.
Yes, sir.
And you went ahead and cleared what we call clear the gun, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you cleared the gun, you realized the gun was loaded, correct? Did you pull the
Correct.
magazine out as well?
I did.
And the magazine had a full clip, correct?
I had rounds in the magazine, yes.
And there was when you pulled back the slide on the Taurus 9, there was a bullet in the chamber. Is that
It was a
correct?
round in the chamber, correct. Yes, sir.
And you removed that bullet from the chamber, and then you safely put it in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the pistol was ready to fire, correct? If there was one in the chamber?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
Now, also, with respect to this, I guess you call it a laser, a light, this was something that you put on a pistol, correct?
The tack light was an attachment.
In this particular situation, this is a combination of the laser and a light, correct?
Yes.
That you put on the pistol.
That you can
And it
attach
has
to
a
it.
certain groove on top of the pistol and the bottom to go ahead and attach it to it.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you said it was common, but I mean, law enforcement doesn't carry those, as part of your normal duty, do you?
Law enforcement carry tack lights. That is correct.
They carry a tack light?
Yes, sir.
With a laser?
No, with the laser.
Oh, well, that's what I'm
Light.
asking. What's the point of having a laser on a tack light?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Accuracy?
It could be, sure.
You can put the laser on a target and it's dead center, correct? You can hit that target because the laser hits that target, does it not?
I'm not an armorer, so I'm not sure.
All right. But you agree that the laser itself is not standard equipment. It's not something that's common, correct?
Yes.
Tack light is.
Yes.
But not something with a laser.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go that far to say that's a common, some common instrument on a pistol, correct?
That's not common. No.
All right. And this was a semi-automatic. Were they hollow points or full jacket bullets?
I can't remember.
So you cleared it, you put it in your vehicle, and then you found the laser tack light, correct?
Correct.
And you took that to your vehicle and you stored it in your vehicle as well, correct?
No, I didn't pick up.
What did you do with that?
Stayed there until crime scene came. It was marked.
Okay, but it was taken into evidence.
It was. Yes, I
You
guess you could say
didn't,
that.
but somebody else took it.
Yes.
And as far as you were concerned, I believe you put it in your report that tack light laser went with the 9mm Taurus pistol.
Could have been
correct?
attached to it, yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
In fact, you wrote a report about that,
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay. So again, let me just ask you, you cannot explain to the jury why someone would have a laser on a pistol or what the purpose of it is?
No, just because I'm not a armor, but I noticed it had a flashlight on it.
Pardon?
I realized it had a flashlight on it, which is
A flashlight,
a tactical
we're talking
attachment.
about a laser with a red dot.
Yes,
Can
I'm
you tell the jury, what, as your law enforcement, how long you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
You cannot tell the jury why you would have a red dot, a laser on a vehicle.
You can use it for accuracy. Law enforcement doesn't carry it unless it's on a rifle. But as far as anything else, I'm not too sure. It's not really common, but the flashlight portion of it is very common. People use it when they want to see at nighttime, see into a room that's dimly lit. That's what you use the flashlight portion for. That's
Sure.
correct.
But when you made a comment on direct examination that it was common, you were referring to the light. You were not referring to the laser with the red dot, correct?
Correct. Yes, the
That was
flashlight is
not-
common.
Correct?
Sure.
All right. So we know Mr. Carter was standing there. Let me, you also, so you found the Taurus, you found the light, laser light, you found the bag. Did you, you knew that the folks had come down from the gas station down to that area, correct?
Can you ask the question again?
The people had come from the gas station down to the area where Mr. Carmack-Belton was, correct? From the gas station down.
The bystanders?
street. Pardon?
Bystanders?
I'm sorry?
Who were,
No,
what people?
the people that were involved, Mr. Chow, his son.
Yes, they came
Carmack-Belton.
from the gas station to the incident location. Yes, sir.
And you had found the bag on the side off the road, correct?
In the drainage ditch. Yes, sir.
Did you conduct any search on either side of the road for any other item that you were aware of? Or did you?
Briefly, just in between making contact with witnesses and EMS personnel and fire personnel and Mr.
There
Carter.
were woods and there are bushes on both sides of the road, correct?
Sure.
All right. And are you aware of whether or not a search was made of both sides of the road to see if there were any objects that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall.
There were some people that came to the scene that were in one way or another were witnesses, supposedly witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And did you interview any of them to find out exactly where they were standing to determine whether or not they could observe what they were saying?
I talked to them briefly, but investigations were there. And investigators.
And that's what I'm trying to decide who's doing what, but that's not something you do.
I mean, I can if I'm the only one on scene, but
Pardon?
I can if I'm the only one on scene.
I know.
But due to having other personnel there, I
Yeah,
allowed
right,
them
but
to
that's
do
what I'm saying. There were other people there. You did not do that.
Correct.
Let me ask you, this young man, Mr. Carmack-Belton, was 14 years of age. Is it legal for him to have a pistol?
It's not legal for him, for
Pardon?
any juvenile, no.
Was it legal for him to enter a store that's marked with no weapons and may enter?
I don't know if it was posted.
Pardon?
I don't know if it was posted, but no, it's not
If it
legal.
was.
No, it's not legal.
It's not legal, correct? So it's a criminal offense.
Correct.
And it would be a criminal offense for him to possess that particular weapon as well.
It'd be a
correct?
weapons law violation, correct?
But attorney, on the other side, you were able to determine that Mr. Chow had a concealed weapon permit, correct?
When he showed me, that is correct.
And that he had it when you saw him, told him he had it in his holster. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about the collection of evidence. And did you collect any other items of evidence at that point?
No, besides what we marked with a AA marker and AB marker, the backpack and the firearm.
And you marked those with those markers, and I think one of
Crime
those
scene
markers
did.
was a notebook that you put down
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure you knew exactly where it was.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to go through, not we're just gonna hit some points that I like to make, and if you permit me one time to read it a little bit. All right, I'm not gonna ask you some questions I've already asked you, but the backpack, do you remember anything that was in the backpack? Did you make an inventory of anything in the backpack?
No, like I said, miscellaneous documents, like two brushes.
Okay. But you didn't find any money in the backpack?
Not that I can recall, no.
Were you the one that got the 2 cell phones and the shoe? Or was that something you picked up or somebody else?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe crime scene. I'm not sure though.
Okay, that's fine. You would agree that you did not you didn't conduct a full interview yet like you would want to of Mr. Chow, correct? It was just a couple of moments that you spoke to him, and you had to go off somewhere else.
I just asked him what happened.
Pardon?
I just asked him.
Right, but you agree it was a brief conversation.
Brief conversation.
And
correct.
it wasn't really no follow-up questions, correct?
Not from me, no.
Excuse me one minute. Appreciate you being here. So let's ask you one more question. Is that, as I understand, you were in the middle of it or talking to Mr. Chow when you got called away and were not able to finish it, an interview, correct?
Correct. That was where Mr. Carter took over.
Thank you.
Okay, that's about these laser sights. Help in accuracy. Is that what you said?
It could help with accuracy. You see it more on a rifle than you do a pistol.
Did you have any reason to believe Cyrus used the laser inside of the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe he brandished the gun inside the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe?
That's not proper, is it, right? I didn't ask anything about that.
He was asking about the laser and what they're used for and aiming weapons, right? Wasn't that the question you were asked earlier? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe, while you're on scene, that he brandished the weapon or used the laser in the parking lot of the Shell gas station?
No, sir. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Is any of that column that you're aware of?
That he brandished a weapon?
Yeah, or object, because that's not redirect.
Or flashed a laser at any point?
I know that.
I wasn't saying that.
All right. You were asked about 14-year-olds can't legally carry guns, and you said, that's correct, I cannot.
Yeah, that's correct. I legally cannot.
And it's a criminal offense.
It is.
Concealed weapons permit users have to follow the laws too, do they not?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
Okay. Laws still apply to concealed weapons.
That is correct.
You were asked about money. Did you have reason to believe, or to your knowledge, did people move some evidence around before you guys got there?
Yes.
Okay. I think in your body camera, Mr. Chow even says he moved
The firearm,
the
correct.
firearm. Okay. How did the shoe, Cyrus Carmack-Belton shoe, and how did those two cell phones get inside the convenience store?
Someone had to move them.
Somebody moved them there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't find anybody, but you were told by the Chows that they had moved evidence around.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down, Deputy. Thank you. John. Mr. This approach. Yes, sir. Hang tight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was like one of the last questions. It would have been towards the end of Deputy English's direct. Shortly before the introduction of state's will.
What question are you looking for?
It was Mr. Scott, and I helped you better. There was a question that Mr. Scott asked of Deputy Investigator.
Call me Mr. English.
Mr. English, when he was on the stand on that one, about who did he tell, was anyone told, or did Mr. Chow someone told point? Yeah, I'm just trying to keep word.
Fuck! What's going on then? I know they released a witness, then they said, hold on. Oh, they're going to see what was said.
In your body cam, when you talk to your child, what does he say? Did he say that he ever saw a gun? He said his son seen a gun, Cyrus trying to run away. He said he just said he fell and kept running. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away in his own words? He told him to drop the weapon and proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round. Is that what you're doing?
No, ma'am.
It was right before.
It was right there, yeah.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
The testimony under oath is nobody said, told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun that night. Answer was no, so no one told him that.
Question was nobody told you.
Okay, is there anything further after that? I just want to make sure it's clear.
And then your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say he ever saw a gun? That's where I just read.
Ma'am?
That's where I just read all that
Okay.
stuff before.
Okay, I want to do that, and I just want to be clear and go for myself on record. I understand your question, Your Honor. Understanding, and we want to far from Papa put this in, we believe the connotation left with the jury. And if you cite rules specifically 106, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. I don't know if we take, and I've shown these, Your Honor, and I've shown these to the state. These are part of the transcripts of the video that you have already seen. The first one at the top of it says English number 1. That is what you watched and what the jury watched on the video screen. If you notice, it is highlighted yellow. At the last yellow line, it shows when this officer walked away. If you then go to the second page, which says Carter number 1, it shows where the question that was being asked of Mr. Chow, in which he was continuously answering the question that started from Mr. English and allowed him to finish the question that he was asking. So I'm showing you this is a continuous, contemporaneous statement, in which it goes against the solicitors making the suggestion that Mr. Chow never said on the side, and of course we said, but never said on the side that a gun was pointed at Andy and that with his son. And if we go to number 3 of that, that is when he specifically states the gun had been pointed at his son. We are just offering that, Your Honor, and the reason I've given you those 3 pages is to show that this is not a portion of a statement. It is one continuous matter. It is not, and I know it seems like it's 2 separate body cams, but it's one statement is why this is important. So I know it makes it seem as though Mr. English is doing one interview and Mr. Carter is doing one. It is one interview and Mr. Chow is giving one consistent statement. And then to stop it where they have stopped it and say, well, that's all we want to utilize, and then to be able to ask this officer, well, he didn't say anything to you about pointing his son, or firearm being pointed at his son. We don't know what they're going to call Carter. And of course, we have the right to do it. We also have the right if we want to, and that's why I didn't want this officer to leave until I heard the question, to possibly impeach him. And I understand now that I've heard the question, the court may not allow me to do it. But specifically under Rule 106, and if you read the case law that discusses under the rule under 106, it talks about this situation in which it's a continuous statement. So that would just be our position that we should have the right at this point in time, and not to wait until our own case or wait until the next officer, to be able to put in the entirety of what happened on the scene at that point in time, so we don't leave the jury with the impression, the incorrect impression, that this was not said. Because we know it actually was said at that point in time. I understand the court is saying, well, you guys can go ahead and call them, but that goes against what the rule of completeness means. That we should be able to do it right now because it's fresh in the jury's mind. Making us wait a week and a half or however long this case would take is why the rule is actually been created. Thank you, thank you, and I apologize for making the jury go out, but I think I need to. And I can happily, if the court wants, I think we already put the body on camera. I know I gave you the clips, so you can actually put the direction of the court.
All right, well, I think I've already ruled, so allow you to make your record.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Toll. And, so you still want, Mr. English still under subpoena?
We do, Your Honor, but I didn't leave the courtroom. We will contact him. I think we'll be here, because when I'm sitting around, it's okay if I contact you, we do retestify. Is that how it works?
No.
Okay, then he's under subpoena.
You're still subject to the subpoena, but you can leave today.
I think he said yes. Okay, I thought he said that wouldn't work. I was just, let y'all clear the vote. Can I just talk to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'll just call him.
Getting so many white hairs. So same here. Before I started streaming, I had 0 white hairs. Now I have loads. I'm debating on getting a hair transplant.
We can figure out a creative way rest of that information in. That's why we had that conversation just now. I understand that.
All right, your release from your subpoena. Thanks for being here, Bill.
I don't know what just happened.
Possible thing that I just gave you, if we can make this work. Thanks.
No idea what just happened or what the resolution was for that. You should go to Turkey, Jonathan. A lot of Americans go to Turkey now to get their hair done. People in if you see the bald stool, BALDSTOOL from Barstool Sports, they go out every year.
We told them we were not going to talk. That's what I told them.
But he has not been released from the state subpoena as announced, but he is still under subject to the subpoena out of court. So we would just ask the state not release him and not tell him that he may not be required to testify.
I told them I would not be called. So y'all need to do it.
Yeah, if the court impaired is now that we're hearing and seeing what is put on, we understand my concern for making a court's witness, so he is not able to just avoid. I think that is rules. My concern, Your Honor, is, and I understand you nefarious purpose, but to put that testimony in and to realize that they were never going to put in the second part and now put that question in front of the jury. This is why the rule of completeness exists and say, and they knew they weren't going to call this witness. Just that's why. They knew they were going to call this witness. They asked that question specifically. They knew they were never going to put this witness on. And then to say that we don't have a right to put the rest of the statement in unless we do something else, not. I just asked, we have no problem with calling this witness, but it's very wild that the state is saying, well, I told them I wasn't going to call him.
I thought they were going to subpoena him. They have the same subpoena powers we do. They gave us their witness list and he was not.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm just making sure that they have had contact with him. He is a deputy, law enforcement. Always much easier for the state to have someone show up to the district. That's all I'm asking. They've had contact with him, make sure he's not released for the subpoena, the defense will be calling him, or he can be told that he is a court witness and cannot be released. I'm very concerned now, especially given the impression that they just gave to this jury that there's a reason that they don't want this witness to show up. Yeah. And then this goes back to Mr. Curtis, that there was the question of whether or not, and I know there's confusion now, whether there was a stipulation that all of this information would become available. And so there is some confusion there. But that being said, we'll happily call him so long as they don't release him or he make him a court's witness. And if this is an exercise in trying to get the full and fair information out, to simply say, well, we don't know where this witness is, and then I can't stress enough, putting that information in front of the jury and knowing that the next question is not going to be asked, that's close call.
That was a very clear question. Who said to you anything about pointing a gun? I didn't say who has ever said it. And by the way, here's the thing that everybody needs to know. He never told Carter, he never used the word point with him either, did he?
Then there should be no problem with putting the rest of it in.
Call him.
That's what I just said.
Just want to make sure for the record, I know the jury's not in here, but I mean, these words like nefarious keep getting used, and I've kind of reached my.
I have too. You got an ethical issue, go down the street and stop accusing people of ethical problems in this courtroom. I haven't seen one yet. I've seen two very excellent and capable teams advocating for their positions, but I haven't seen anything unethical, and I'm tired of hearing about it.
I understand.
I'm getting impatient. We want one witness, and we keep arguing about how many angels we can put on the head of a needle. I've ruled on the issue. You are all great lawyers. You know how to send a subpoena. If you need Carter, you can send him a subpoena. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next witness?
Good ready.
Get the jury.
Okay. So, for Warren Gathering, defense are accusing the state of being underhand. So, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. From experience, both sides are normally unhanded. I'm surprised that the female attorney was like, "We're not going to tell him what to do. You subpoena him." Blah blah. So normally you'd like to see attorneys work together. That was a little bit like, whatever. I don't know where you're at, Lady Di. I have scrolled up.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Join us with
They call Justin Martin.
Dustin Martin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed to witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Justin Martin.
Mr. Martin, where do you work?
Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And what is your job there?
I am a body cam and video analyst.
How long have you done this job?
Almost 10 years.
What are some of the duties that you have as your role as a body camera and video analyst?
I help gather and distribute digital evidence for our office to receive from law enforcement and then to distribute to defense attorneys. I assist with technical issues that might occur with that digital evidence, specifically with video, surveillance video, body-worn camera videos that might have compatibility issues, and I help the court in achieving redactions to evidence and creating demonstrative pieces of evidence to be entered into court for court proceedings.
In fact, did you do that in some of the videos in this trial?
That is correct.
So in your role, do solicitors and sometimes I guess defense attorneys come to you and commonly ask you for your help in troubleshooting or accessing evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is it common for solicitors to ask you to put together PowerPoints and other presentations of visual evidence associated with the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes it's one of the purposes of your PowerPoint presentations to condense hours of video footage into shorter, more easily viewable clips.
Yes, we very commonly receive a large amount of video as part of cases. Some of the video that we might receive may be only a very small portion of what we actually receive would be pertaining to the case.
And in this case, were you asked to create a PowerPoint containing shorter video clips derived from some of the video surveillance from the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the entity that digital evidence in cases typically come from?
Our largest law enforcement agency that we prosecute cases for would be Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And is that the agency investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there some type of database that law enforcement uses to share that evidence with the solicitor's office and you share with the defense attorneys?
That is correct. We most of our law enforcement agencies utilize evidence.com. It's a cloud-based storage and delivery system that they can upload not only their body-worn camera or dash video or interviews up to, but also other elements of items of evidence that might be associated with the case, like surveillance or phone dumps, documents, or whatever other material that might be necessary.
Okay. And were the videos that you used to create the video clips in your PowerPoint slides, the store surveillance, came from the store surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the store surveillance in this case, were there about 22 store surveillance videos associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the duration of some of that footage on those videos up to about 2 hours long?
Yes. Every video file had a different duration. Some of them were very long. Some of them were 30 minutes. Some of them were over 2 hours.
Do some of the videos have audio?
Yes.
And some of them don't?
That's correct.
And as part of your role as a video analyst, do you commonly come across digital evidence, especially like videos, that require unique and specific players to access it?
Yes, it's not uncommon for surveillance video systems to use proprietary video codecs that are required in which to review those videos after the fact.
Okay, and I guess it's the MP4 format the most common way to play a video?
An MP4 is the most common in these days video file type that you would find in everyday life. On YouTube is mostly MP4s. There's settings on your phone that can create MP4s. It's ubiquitous. It's widespread. MP4s are a very common video file type.
Were some of the videos in this case saved as a BVR file?
That is correct.
And can the average MP4 video player play a BVR file?
A BVR file is a proprietary video file that needs a specific program to open.
And is it a free program?
No,
Okay, what's it called?
Blue Iris, I believe.
Okay, so you have to purchase that software to play the videos.
There is a free trial, but yes, it is a limited trial. You must purchase that software to have access to those videos long term.
All right, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, so did you convert some of those BVR format videos to MP4?
Yes, I use the Blue Iris software that has a limited term to convert it into an MP4 so that we could utilize it in the courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's from our States Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize what's on the CD?
Yes.
Did you make that CD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is on this?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that has video clips of the videos from the video system within the store, more or less clips that just show the action of what occurred in the store as the victim walks in and as the victim leaves, the actions that occurred within the store there. Clips that were removed from the full files of the videos that were received from Richland County Sheriff's Department.
At this point, the state requests to enter number 4 into evidence.
Your Honor, I think it is admitted, we certainly conceded that surveillance obtained from our business was admissible insofar as with the reservations.
Can you speak up for me?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We earlier agreed, Your Honor, to the admissibility, or at least business record admissibility, subject to any further objections. I am not yet clear what this gentleman means by PowerPoint, whether there is editorialized. He is not an expert, as I understand it. He is an investigator who was asked to put video surveillance obtained from our store together. If it is simply video surveillance tagged one after the other in some fashion, I don't know that I have an objection. If it has editorial commentary, whether it's typewritten on the screen or otherwise, just not sure what we got here. That's my problem.
We'd be entering this under Rule 1006. It's just a large amount of videos condensed in different video clips.
Commentary or anything of that.
The only thing that we have is like, slide numbers and like an alphanumerical, just like a little thing on the bottom so that we know what slide is what. These are all from the work around. They all come from stage 3. That's already in the evidence.
Stage 3.
One second.
state's 3 is already in the evidence, it just wasn't published, so it doesn't even need to be on. This is, go ahead.
Now, in some instances, are you asked to edit videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say edit, you didn't change or alter any of the people's actions or the contents or anything, any audio of these videos, did you?
No, I typically all I will do is stretch out video to make it so that it's a little easier to see. By that I mean to make the frame or the action on screen take up more space on the display. I might make a clip, and you say edit, like that includes just taking a piece of the video out of the larger video to show a clip of it so that it's, we're not watching a full 2-hour video where there's only maybe 5 seconds of action on that video. That is correct. I'm not changing the scenario or adjusting people's location within the frame, specifically just condensing some of the material that was provided.
Okay, and can you edit a video to slow it down, speed it up, and zoom into certain parts?
That's right, yes. Oftentimes we'll slow down video to allow the action to spread out over more time to give the viewer a little bit more time to see what's going on. The same goes for when you say zoom in, like stretching it out so that if, say, what we're trying to see is just taking up a very small piece of the video up on the top right corner or something like that. We'll just expand that up so that it takes up more space on the display. So what's occurring there in that corner is just a little easier for people to see.
Okay, and can you like amplify audio and volume and stuff like that?
Yes, when I adjust audio, I adjust the gain, which is the baseline level of the audio. So it raises the volume of all of the audio that was captured equally. I don't go in and highlight specific areas of audio to gain, to bring the volume level up. I gain the entire song.
And can you also combine or I guess stitch footage from different camera angles in different videos instead of continuous sequence?
Yeah, so in many cases, we'll have video files that are just a specific camera location, but if there's action occurring where there's 4 or 5 cameras pointing at that action, I can cut between the different camera angles to follow the action as it moves around within a location, within a store, wherever the video is taking place.
And did you do those types of editing in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said your presentation is in a PowerPoint format, so you can actually like play the video on each slide in the PowerPoint?
Yes, each slide is a different clip of video that was lifted from the material provided from the surveillance systems within the Shell store.
And did you add like slide numbers to the top right just to kind of so you can see what slide is what?
Yes, to keep track of.
And did you add, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Did you add like an alphanumeric, so like A3 on the bottom, just so like you'll, just as an organization tool for you?
Yeah, so there's a folder that has the clips labeled and yes, as an organizational tool, there is also a label on each slide that shows what the file name was of the clip that was pulled.
Okay, and when you're creating PowerPoints for a case, sometimes do the solicitors provide you with like some basic background information on the case, like time certain things happen or like who certain people in the video are?
Yes.
Okay, and does that help you kind of understand what you're looking for when you're making these videos?
Yes, especially in cases that have a voluminous amount of video, having a time frame of when the action occurs or an idea of what a suspect or a victim or somebody that is pertinent to the case can be extremely helpful.
And in this case, were you given information that the shooting happened around 8:04 p.m. and the victim entered the store a few minutes before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the videos, when you watched them and reviewed them, did you see timestamps on them?
Yes.
Okay. And where did those timestamps come from?
Typically, there's a lot of surveillance systems will burn into the image of the video a time code and a date that is being fed to that file from the recording system of the surveillance video system. So many people will have, maybe you'll have a 4-camera system in your own home, and it'll plug into a little box, a DVR, just like some cable companies will have, where you can record videos at your home. But it will take the video feed from the cameras in different locations. It'll bring it into the DVR, and the DVR will place on the image of the video a date and a time based on what that box thinks the date and time is.
Okay, so when you were reviewing these videos, did you notice that different video angles had different timestamps?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that common to see? Or
Yes.
is it uncommon to see, rather?
In the same location, it's not that common. Typically, business would, or a location would use the same system, and then that system would have the same date and time stamped into all of the videos. But in this case, there seems like there was multiple DVRs or different systems that were imprinting the date and time onto those video files.
Okay, and when you were reviewing these videos, were there some videos that looked like it jumped into time?
Yes.
Okay, and what could be the reason for that?
So there's multiple reasons. If it's a same camera and you see a jump in time, that typically is because there is a motion sensor activation on that camera. So the camera will only record when it detects motion within a specific zone. Oftentimes those are customizable, and if you have a camera that's kind of facing the door of a business, it might make it so that if there's motion near the door, that the camera turns on and starts recording. So if there's no activity in a zone that's being monitored for motion, the camera can disengage and not record video, offering to help save space and to focus on whenever there was activity in that area.
Okay, and kind of going back to the timestamps with the incorrect times, in past cases that you reviewed videos for, have you looked at other types of evidence in the case, like maybe body-worn camera times or maybe times on 911 calls to kind of get an idea of what the correct time is?
Yes, body cams are typically plugged in at the end of the night. They recharge, and if there's a discrepancy with the timing on the device that it imprints on that video, it will adjust its clock so that it is accurate again. The same goes, 911 center has networked in their system, so whenever a 911 call occurs, it is always up to date with the accurate. So is typically more problematic about having an accurate date and time, because those systems can lose power, and when they begin to receive power again, it does not always account for the time that has lapsed when it was without power. And if the administrator of that device doesn't go in and reset it every time that occurs, you start seeing discrepancies in the time that is being stamped into the video and what the actual time of that video being recorded actually is.
No further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Martin, you speak with great authority. You had formal training in editing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I have a 2-year degree from York Technical College in video production.
You made movies?
I have made several local commercials many, many years ago, and I have been a content creator for the County of Richland for their public information channel. So
You were asked to take surveillance video. You know how many hours of surveillance video? This was video that came from where? You understand?
as far as within the Shell station, in this case specifically?
Whatever you're about to play for us is comprised of, I understood, to be surveillance camera videos, is that? Oh, it's 10?
Yes, yes, sir.
It's not body camera.
That's correct.
And where is your understanding that surveillance footage came from?
7441 Park Lane Road.
The store, the Chow. And you said that you had the participation of attorneys, some of these attorneys in the editing decisions and the construction of this PowerPoint you talked.
Yes.
You said that there were a lack of synchronization in camera footage and so forth.
Yes, there was timestamps that were not consistent with the continuity of what was happening inside of the video.
So you made arbitrary decisions in the construction of this presentation because the cameras are not in sync. You made decisions, arbitrary decisions about what fit together.
I think arbitrary would be a strong word. There is continuity that occurs in a space. If somebody walks in and they're wearing a red shirt or a yellow jacket and they come in from a door, even if there is a discrepancy in the time, from another angle, if that same person is coming in wearing the same clothes, even if the time is different, they perform the same actions, and then 30 seconds later, another person comes in. You start to build continuity in between the files because those actions and those people and those specific circumstances don't present again in any other time.
But, your decisions and the advice you got from the prosecution, the prosecutors, you and the prosecutors chose what to emphasize in this PowerPoint, which is a distillation of the whole, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as a Gamecock fan, I guess you would be able to take the films from the game we lose on Saturday night and make the Gamecocks look like winners on Sunday morning?
I don't think that's possible.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Clearly not a Gamecock.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you got down. Our next witness.
Big Bus Morris Parsons.
Dave is tilted in chat, people. So beware of Dave. He's getting a little bit angry in chat. So, well, come on. Whoa. So, Dave, you're not an Oregon fan. Wow. I thought Dante Moore was the next big thing, Dave. I would take Dante Moore 100% over Jordan Love. 100%.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I ran out of work at podium. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson. Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so just needs you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury. And also, I'm glad you did that. If you're not in your head or saying if you could just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. We just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Where are you from?
Originally Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long have you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South
Yes.
Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about that.
Yes, 8.
You got 8?
8.
All right. So let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023. So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right. Do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay. You do mind? Do you have a daughter named Kenny?
I do.
All right. And was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
What side of town was she living on?
Side of town, I don't know if that's, I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia, or she lived off of Spring Tree off of.
So off of the Spring Tree Parkland area?
Yes, yes. I don't know what kind of.
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by the defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you just a couple things real quick. First, the state's exhibit number 18 and state's exhibit number 19. Oh, you did it.
Okay.
Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with state's exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on the board now, so you can hand those back to me. So,
yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first one is state's 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store?
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station?
All right. And I'm going to show you state's number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better rendition?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. What is it you're seeing there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Park Lane.
All right. Well, in the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes.
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose. And we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'll just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop in the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we are looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes.
Had you been in that store before?
Twice.
Right. Can you tell me why you've gone into that store?
Yes. My grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors. So I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once and they was like, come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
But having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the decoration?
Where the candy was at, yes. I knew where to go to find it.
Yes, ma'am. And you're a little bit familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something, state exhibit number 52.
Same objection as before, Your Honor, but it's been.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed as state's exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I do.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
Yeah, a lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from states 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
yes,
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter?
Candy.
Or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running with the two other gentlemen behind him following suit.
You said following suit. Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
What kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV.
Okay, BMW SUV?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State's Exhibit number 4. Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Springtree.
So that vehicle right there is its paused. That's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is.
2017 BMW S5.
So what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off running
Okay.
with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when it was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped,
Okay.
so I was able to see.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22. So I'm going to hand you State's 20. Can you tell me what that is a photo of?
Yes, Springtree Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's 21. Can you show me what that's a photo?
Just a bigger view of Springtree Drive.
And is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes,
7441 Park Lane Road?
yes,
The store belonging to Rick Chow, the defendant?
yes.
You sure? Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled onto the lot, so I was at the edge,
Okay. And I'm gonna,
just off the street.
so what I'll do, Your Honor, the witness step down? So I have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Carson, I'm going to give this to you, and you can point out. Are you comfortable pointing on this one?
Yes.
Or you want me to be here so you can see, Your Honor? All right. Show us about where you would park.
I parked right there, stopped right here.
Stopped in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to show you what's been marked as States. So, States 24. slide 24 from state's number 4, exhibit number 4. Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Chow and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
And that caught your attention?
Yes.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I guess, I don't know if it's a street or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip, and he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
What happened next? And you can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down my window and asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb, and then as he was getting up, he fell down again, so he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him, and then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure no car cut me. So then I drove down there, and when I stopped and asked if they needed help, was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of him, and Mr. Chow was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near the position where his head was at.
So let me ask this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them run in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, the defendant in this case, doing, or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw, he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hand?
I did not.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Well, what is it? Let me change this around a little bit. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got down there, Mr. Chow was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Chow has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Where? Because I didn't see no blood anywhere. And so by then there was another female, and Mr. Chow, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up. And I saw the hole in the back. And then he rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth, and I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he can breathe. And I told them to, the female, and because I didn't know what to do, see. So I told them to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression, and Mr. Chow was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot.
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Chow was in a shooting stance where he's standing upright with his legs, and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute, let me move this. Can you come down again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here. And I rolled down my window and he was in a stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow, in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? And he said, no. Call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and drove them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I couldn't get the information out.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked. Slide 20 of State's Exhibit number 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. I'm sorry, slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4. So we loop back a little bit, just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw? Did you talk about shoot?
Shoe came off.
Okay, and that's what you saw?
I saw him run in on the red, bright red
Could you see
sweatshirt, so I was able to see him. But I saw a shoe that's white and it just flew off as he was running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened, scared. He looked like he needed help.
And how is it that you could say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say that?
The way his eyes were just like a young child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not, my daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. And I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go down there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
You did that. And let's just be clear, you're not any relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family.
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by. What, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw the backpack on his back, but I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
They're quite slow. Come on.
Good afternoon.
Speaker.
Start with an event, but I need to ask you some questions. all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter, you went to this store to purchase something to drink or something, is that correct?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
And we've seen a video of your automobile, BMW SUV, I think you said. turn off of Park Lane onto Spring Tree, and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe when we get this going. Technology.
I just don't see how many witnesses they can have for this. Like, just show the freaking cameras in the store. They all say there's cameras for this. Just show the freaking cameras then.
In a moment, when you get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. But now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? Your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy,
All right. And how old is she?
30. She's old. She's 30.
Don't say that's old.
She's not a baby.
She's a young lady, and she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right. So which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She was directly behind me.
And are the windows in your vehicle tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so, let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you. And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. Oops, there it is. So, as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
Yes, I pulled off Spring Tree onto here.
Okay. So up beyond that bush perhaps?
Right
All right. And so your view would have been down the road. And so as you testified, you watched through your window. Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think?
Yes, they're legally intended though, they're not.
Okay. And the three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give the jury an indication with your pointer there where they ran by you, past you?
Well, as I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off all the steps as he started running. So Cyrus were here and the other two gentlemen was just passing my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off. The lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And let me ask you to stop you there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall. I don't recall.
do you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. I saw that. I saw the lady come and pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up? Or
Yes, she was, they was already off the
all right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus, did you see him throw 2 cell phones away?
No.
Didn't see that. You see him throw anything else away?
No, I did not. I didn't see anything in his hand.
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that, you might have to take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, that's the person you're calling Cyrus, where his injury would have been, where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is where he tripped at. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in here. I can't right. But he tripped and then he went down and then shot right up and he went down.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, it was much closer?
I cannot,
And I understand.
yes, because
All right.
he ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, man.
Yes.
Are you aware that the sheriff's department indicates that the distance from the store to where Mr. Belton tripped and fell was 130 yards? Are you aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it's kind of, I couldn't see, you could see the lot and the store. You can like see.
But your view from through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not.
But let's go back to when the three individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you're calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his hand.
Nothing in his hands. Didn't see him throw anything away. You just saw him step out of the chute.
I saw him running, and when his leg went back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it looped in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I don't think I can't recall if it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back, and I was sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol.
No, I did
hidden
not.
in his clothing.
I did not.
In the front of his. Remember what he was wearing?
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white tennis shoes. Was white and sweatshirt. Red.
Do you remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing a pocket. If
Now,
it did, I
the
wanted to know.
second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him. The first, let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes.
The second person, do you now understand what his name was? Andy?
The son?
Yes.
Okay.
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess, Andy and Mr. Chow.
All right. Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both
Yes.
of them. Yeah.
And Andy had nothing in his hands.
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
So you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
You recognize him today?
Yes. I recognize him from
And
the
he
store.
also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos have indicated.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running, so whether side by side or behind, but they
And
was
so
running after
you
him.
testified
Did
that.
you finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please finish. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
And he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said before you answered, as indicated on videos that have been seen.
Yes. What I saw, I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, behind, I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb
All right.
and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down. He didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No,
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not.
no.
The, do you remember that, you remember seeing Andy Chow when this
Yes.
young man fell? Do you remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street
No. When I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
in the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol in
No.
his hand? When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
Saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they was backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down, and that's when I went down.
When he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see them jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They
I don't
didn't
know.
attack him. In other words.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn it back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking about. I'm asking you about what you've testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see them jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot. You don't know.
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot, did you?
I did not.
And when he fell the second time, or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
Now, the solicitor asked you about speaking to the sheriff's department. You went to the Richland County Sheriff's Department at their request
Yes.
and gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in a 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there. Let's see. You were right there in that spot, though you, in the 911 call, you were not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection of the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic at that moment. I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation.
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's hands.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, and Mr. Chow and his son.
Yes.
And you rolled the window down, I think you said.
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to what, one of the parking lots, turned in, and pulled over and parked,
Yes,
and you walked back down.
I ran down.
Ran down. And your daughter's with
My daughter after me.
you. Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow. You saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees, giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
What, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where this blood come from, who's hurt. And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw the hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth and I told him they need to do because I cannot do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay. So he Mr. Chow did indeed give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent.
Yes.
Even to the extent that that young man aspirating or vomiting, Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to a
No
mouth.
testimony about aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe that testimony is in the record. The commentary.
I'll allow a question.
It was not pretty. And you yourself did not, do you know how to give mouth to mouth?
I did not know. No. That bothers me today. That I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else but to stay there with him because he didn't have nobody there with him.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life, right there in front of him. That's all we have, John. Thank you.
Hang on, when you're ready.
You need a moment?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry, we gotta rehash this without you doing it. So, Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Your Honor, I object to that because this is redirect. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
Go ahead and ask the question and see where.
Okay. So, Mr. McCullough asked, or he said you went through this long litany about what happened right there, and said that the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth to mouth, trying to save this child's life, and that was that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hand,
I
right?
did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him point and turning towards them.
I did not.
He was running the entire time.
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared.
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
Kept running away from them.
Yes.
And they continued pursuing him the entire time. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket.
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. Was that because it was hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic, was the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset.
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands. Would that be a yes or no?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Thank you.
Harry Cross?
Nope, thank you. Thank you, Scott.
You step down, Ms. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
All right. Still got it.
I do your, Mel Roach.
Yeah, okay, y'all. Had one yet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I know y'all had a break when we discussed the matter, but none of us have had one yet. So we're going to take our afternoon break for, let's just say 10 minutes. We'll be back out about around between 4:20 and 4:25. We'll be here. Again, don't stay okay.
Okay, so they're on break now. So there you go. What do you think of it? Hang on, let's see if I can find. Is there some sort of witness list? Because I don't. I don't know where you got that whole thing from, Dave. So about the spent case there. Witness list. Bye. Where did you hear it, Dave? Because that's the other thing. No witness list I can see. Bye. Right, okay, update. Let's take a look here. Because if I knew where you heard it, Dave. Open statements. Who said it? So I heard it all in the beginning testimony of the first witness. Okay, let's hear the first witness again then. Because we can hear the first witness.
Will take about an hour.
Two roads, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, obviously Parkland Road.
Yes, sir.
And then what is the road that cuts up the side?
To apartment
Number 14. Pick that area we were discussing, 7441 Parkland and then Spring Tree Drive right beside it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Spring.
Just.
What you were describing earlier.
Yes, sir.
And these are the apartments we see the roofs of. To the gas station?
I do.
Okay. All right. Give me play. Say you found down that drainage ditch?
Black backpack.
Okay. And did you come to understand who that belonged to
At the time, we didn't.
somehow?
Yes, sir.
In this general area?
Okay. And then a tactical light.
Okay. Were you wearing a body?
Like a pistol.
And it's something you would, manually put on a pistol?
That is correct.
Are these common or uncommon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you do anything to mark it at the time?
We did. I want to say like a card.
I'm not gonna stop it again, but after that, is that about whenever you find the shell casing and you point it out and mark that as well?
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned shell casing, but that's it.
As far as you know, were you the first one to speak with Rick Chow as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Yes, sir.
Notice there was some confusion. At first, whenever you find the gun, when you first arrive there,
Here we go.
you seize that weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and then you find the casing, and there's some confusion because you say, you know, this gun. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You had not yet seized the gun off of Rick Chow at that point?
No, sir.
Let me show you states.
I think I know what happened here.
Just kind of a screenshot from your, this has already been amended evidence. Screenshot of your body camera.
Yes, sir. That's when I originally went on scene.
So, am I right in saying that they found the caliber, which is a 45 caliber casing, but the gun they found was a 9mm one?
Shot right from your body cam that we've already introduced.
Yes, sir.
This right here, that's gonna be the 9mm that you collected initially?
Yes, sir.
No, I just want, I'm giving great latitude, knowledge that we understand. The state has a right, to keep that relaxed.
We're just trying to move it along. You already. Okay. Well, we watched the body cam earlier, right?
We did.
And we saw you collect everything. Yeah. But let me just ask you, what is this black item here?
A firearms pistol.
Okay. When did we see that a minute ago on your body cam?
When I first arrived on scene.
Okay, and what did you do with that black object?
Cleared it, rendered it safe.
Okay.
Placed it in the back of my trunk.
This is states number 11. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The firearm. That's in this picture right here.
Now, the state offers states number 11 for this indictment.
No objection on it, there's just not a gun lock or anything on it yet, so the court's
That,
I remember they were split with to speed it up. So, but basically, we're good though, as in, because we find out that the victim's gun is got all the bullets in it.
you took it back to the car and secured it.
Yes, sir.
Saw in the video a tack light. Okay. Let me make you record. He, that this placard right here is there to mark what?
Evidence. It's a crime scene marker.
Okay.
Or evidence marker.
What specifically is
Oh,
A?
it's a tack line. I apologize. It's a tack line sitting on the ground.
Okay. The tack light we just introduced is states number 6.
Correct.
Okay, and let me have 37. Okay. Do you see, you talked a little bit earlier about the drainage ditch. Did you see the drainage ditch in states?
So I think it clarifies it, doesn't it? That they found the defendant's gun. Sorry, they found the victim's gun, and the casing they found came from the defendant. So yes, the victim's gun was fully loaded with bullets and one in the chamber, so it wasn't his. So there you go. We don't need to carry on any more than that. Right, let's get back to it. We just said that Lady died. One was a 45, one was a 9mm. So 45 was So the Glock 45 was what the defendant had, and the other 9 then was with the victim. Come on. Oh, jury coming in. This must be the daughter.
Again, your name is Kennedy Carson.
Correct.
And so just to kind of move a little bit, well, I'll give you a couple court kind of procedural pieces, then we'll try to speak.
This is the
So
daughter.
just say yes or no, just so that we can take it down.
Yes.
All right. Did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
What high school?
Spring Valley.
All right. So you grew up on the north side, northeast side?
Yes, sir.
Are you slightly familiar with the northeast side of Columbia?
Very familiar.
All right. Are you any relation to anybody in this case?
No.
And in fact, you're under subpoena to be here today.
Yes.
All right. Were you a witness to some matters that took place back in May of 2023?
Yes.
Right. In May of 2023, were you working?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point?
May of 2023, I was working for TD Bank, still on Lott box services.
Okay. And your experiences at TD Bank, you just talk about some of the roles you've had there before.
I've been a teller, customer service representative, IT specialist. Now I'm a Lott box processor.
So you've been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And you dealt with the public, you dealt with multiple roles at TD Bank.
Yes.
All right. Now, back in 2023, May of 2023, where were you living?
Greenbrier Apartments.
All right. And is that in Columbia area, Richland County?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us a little bit better vantage point of where that is in Columbia?
Off of Springtree Road, Park Lane, Springtree, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's already been marked 615. Okay. I'm going to hand that over to you. Take a look at that if you would for a moment. See if you can familiarize yourself with that photograph. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Tell me what that looks to be.
This looks like Springtree Road, and the beginning of the photo is Park Lane.
And is that the vicinity that you lived?
Yes.
All right. Can we publish that on the big screen, please? There we go. All right, so you said, and if I could have the witness step down briefly, Ron?
Yes.
Careful, just step coming down, please. So come on down here if you would. If you look up top, we can give you this pointer. Tell us about what we're talking about. If you can walk me through as I ask you a couple of these questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said, show us Springtree Road if you can from here.
This road here?
That's Springtree? And the one that runs perpendicular directly in front of that is what?
This is Park Lane.
All right. And you were living about where back in 2023?
Greenbrier is back that way.
So at the top of the screen is the Greenbrier apartment complex?
Yes.
And that's where you were living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. You could have a seat, please. Thank you, ma'am. So if we concentrate specifically on May 28, 2023, can you give the jury an idea of what you were doing that day?
We had just came back from seeing The Little Mermaid.
So tell me who we is.
My mother, my daughter, and my niece.
Okay. So you're going to see The Little Mermaid?
Yes.
And tell us what was happening at that point.
As far as when we were coming back home.
Yes, when you were coming, what were your plans for the evening after seeing Little Mermaid?
Okay, my mom was dropping me off, but I didn't have anything to drink at the house, so I was gonna stop by the corner store right there, that Shell station, to grab something to drink.
Okay. Then you said the corner store, excuse me, the Shell station. Again, I'm showing council states 28, and I'm sorry, states 18 and 16, which are already in evidence. So you talked about the corner store. Let me show you states 16 and 18 and tell me if you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And tell me what you're seeing in those photos. And you can actually look it up. The screen, I believe it may be up in a moment. Not phone section.
This is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And so that first, may I have one? So that first video that we showed was an aerial view, meaning a kind of a bird's eye view of it. This is closer in. This is the Shell station that you were going to that particular day that states 16?
Yes.
All right. And did you go to that Shell station often?
Yes.
All right. Now, about how many times, if you could just kind of count in your head roughly how many times you've been inside that Shell station?
I can't count on my hands. It's been too many. I've lived in that area for over 3 years. That was the gas station I frequent.
Okay. And so having been in there before, you kind of had a chance to walk and look around the store. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And was there anything about the decorations in that store or the pictures in that store that would bring your attention to things?
What's alarming is when you walk in the store, you see all the photos on the wall.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked States Exhibit number 52. Okay. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize if you're familiar with that view.
Yes.
Tell me what you're seeing generally.
The clerk stand and the photos.
Okay, and you see several photos, right?
Yes.
All right, may I have that back? And it's stage 52 that is up on that board, the photos that you're talking about above the clerk's head. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you would see on a daily basis or however often you shopped in that convenience store?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to have conversations with the clerks and people who were in that store?
Yes.
Do you see any of them sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Who do you see sitting in the courtroom if you know a name?
Mr. Chow.
And where is he seated?
He's seated over there.
And again, the record reflected the defense, the witness, what about Mr. Chow? Yes. Okay, the defendant in this case. All right, so if we focus on the 28th, you were heading home that evening, is what you said. What kind of vehicle were you guys riding?
BMW X5.
Okay, BMW X5?
Yes.
And that was your mom's car?
Yes, it was.
And you said your daughter was in the car, you were in the car?
Yes.
Where was everybody positioned inside of that car?
My mother was driving. My niece was in the passenger seat up front. Me and my daughter were in the back seat.
Okay. And you were, and so again, you said you're in the back seat. I'd like to, and what, if anything, occurred as you were coming home and turning on the Spring Street to go to that store?
We pulled into the gas station. As we were pulling in, Cyrus was running out, and behind Cyrus was his son and Mr. Chow.
Okay. So I'd like to show slide number 20 of States Exhibit number 4. So tell us if you recognize a vehicle that you would have been traveling in on May 28, 2023.
It was passing right there.
Okay. And when you say right there, would you need to step down or can I, is that the one that's, there's a.
I can describe it. There's a red sign in front of the car, and then we are right behind that red sign there.
Okay. And so as you pulled into that gas, did you take a ride into the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And what did you observe when you took a ride into the gas station?
Cyrus was running out. His shoe had fell off, and he was holding his pants up with one hand and pumping his arms with the other.
All right. And when you said he was running out, you said there were people behind him. Do you recognize in this courtroom anybody who was behind him?
Yes.
Tell us who you recognize.
Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick Chow?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to, and tell us, what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands, what you were observing as as Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this, pumping his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Springtree Road, his shoe had fell off.
I'd like to show slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4. So based on slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4, did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been, so you could see those things?
Goodness. This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. Makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
He was running behind his son.
And the son, meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
We show State's slide 27, I apologize, from State's Exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you were inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off. He was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street. He tripped over the curb. At that time, he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out. He had his arms up. And then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled basically to the place where he passed.
Well, I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you States Exhibits and 3 margins, 72. Not never shit. Okay. Take a look at that if you would, please. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to enter State 72 in the evidence.
Objection. Objection. Part of the State 72 without objection.
May we publish that, please?
Yes.
All right. So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit further down the road Cyrus trip or fall multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
I'm sure. So we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. You see Mr. Chow go and step out, put his arms up, and Cyrus trips again and kind of gets back up, but he's like a crawl to where he passed away.
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmack-Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible that he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Tree Road?
Yes.
On May 28, 2023?
Yes.
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, and his son Andy, chasing after Cyrus?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that shoe fly off?
Yes.
Is that where you saw Cyrus fall and the backpack fell?
Yes.
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he meaning Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
Yes.
No, I'm going to object to the legal. Thank you. Come on. Thank you.
What did you see him do with his hands at that point in time? Him meaning the defendant, Rick Chow.
Okay. So after Cyrus tripped, he had his hands like this. If I can.
We move this down. Can the witness step down here? Sure. Come on down, please. I'm gonna step in front of you. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay. If the jury is my vantage point this way.
Okay. And excuse me. So defendant Child's right here. So where was Cyrus positioned?
Cyrus was in front of him.
Okay.
With a turn. We all facing the same
Will
way.
you turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing Rick?
Yeah. Maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah.
More like that?
Yes, sir.
Or
You can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I object to either way.
Your Honor, she said lower, and I got lower.
Oh,
So if I'm getting lower, more like this or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so is that when you tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
So he tripped and he's coming back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again. Somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Chow was already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack-Belton turn around at any point?
No.
Did you see him point anything at Rick Chow or Andy Chow at any point?
No.
Did you hear anything?
There was a lot going on. My mom was in the car and my mom was in the car and a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this. And I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We had the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. Yeah.
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
No.
From the vantage point that you saw it at?
No.
Now, your mother eventually, drove down to the incident location?
Yes.
All right. And came back Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody
Yes.
while you guys were still in the car?
Yes.
Okay, who did she speak with?
Mr. Chow.
All right. And did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah, she circled around. So after the incident took place, she drove down some and she asked Mr. Chow, did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?
You know, don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place?
Yeah, so she turned back around. We turned around and parked.
May I show slide number 30 of defense exhibit number 4. What do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
I guess that's Miss Chow. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said, I don't know what the words were, did you say you parked?
Yes, we parked.
Okay, all right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's start generally about what happened now. Be careful, don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car. And we went down to the scene.
Okay. What did you observe with your eyes?
Mr. Chow was sitting over Cyrus. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me. And when I was walking down, there was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
What, if anything, was the son doing, Andy Chow?
He was standing off.
Well, that's not what your mother said. Your mother said that he gave CPR, so I'm not.
Move after the incident happened, he was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag. And there's Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy. Yeah.
Now, you've, I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old did Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yeah, I thought he was 16.
He looked like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
So all the questions after this time here.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. We have slide 27. What do you have? still, it's the Chow's going across the parking lot. 72. Carson, let me show you what the state put up as 72. So that's your the automobile that you were in.
Yes,
Where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat. It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side.
Yes,
So that would be to the left side.
well, the right side is the passenger side.
So, all right. So are you on the left side?
I'm
or
on
right
the,
side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
And this photograph states Exhibit 72. Is that pretty much the way the thing looked that evening?
Yes,
And it was that dark? It was 8 o'clock at night,
it was bright outside.
bright outside. Okay. And you know the distance? Well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot, yes?
Yes, well, right, turning into the entrance.
Okay, there was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush,
Yes,
and you saw these three people run past.
yes,
And nobody had a gun,
no,
you heard no yelling, no cursing,
no,
you just saw three people run past.
yes,
And you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No,
How do you know?
you seen the pants in his hand.
Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on, you still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No,
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
no,
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry.
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, they were.
And you saw you saw Cyrus's shoe come off.
Yes,
Did you see him throw things left and right as
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
no,
Didn't see him throw cell phones.
no.
Did you see him throw the backpack down the road?
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
It was on the shoulder.
And now, the distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes,
And fell down and didn't get up.
correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance, and I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton, couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
you didn't have
car.
anything in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled. So his hands were on the ground.
All right, but when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your, you and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes,
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot, I'm not sure.
yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something.
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You, so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times
Correct. He tripped twice.
and crawl to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call.
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or Deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawl to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you've just seen. And this was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'll be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, you think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I
And
know I did.
when you went to the sheriff's department on July the 25th of 2023,
Mm-hmm.
did you tell that detail to that investigator as well?
I was asked far as vantage point. I wasn't asked what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point of where I was.
They wanted you
And
to draw a diagram, didn't
yes,
they? Go ahead.
You better finish.
They asked you to draw a diagram?
yes,
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
no.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I seen.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you've testified to today?
No.
No, I'm not too tired. I'm just bored.
So before I sit down, let me get one more clarification here. When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall, younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes,
You knew him to be the store owner.
yes,
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
And my mom has been hysterical in the back. And I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. That's the reason why I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call, on the scene, You didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything on the brief redirect?
Yes, sir. There's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. Isn't it true that you gave a statement to the police, a written statement on the 28th
Yes.
of May 2023?
Yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
Come on, for fuck's sakes.
What's the notice? 82. Now you asked a series of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document. You recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting. I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom? So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature.
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement free and about free. I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in the court without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So, at 21:23, military time, so I'll do my math. I can't do math. 9:23?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, and the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answer, no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? The answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? Answer, no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? Answer, you said no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? Answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop?
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down?
Yes.
You called 911?
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store?
Yes.
The kid, the store owner?
Yes.
The owner and his wife?
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
That you followed on Spring Tree? And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in?
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him, and that's
Yes.
when I heard the pop. You said that?
Yes, I did.
And you said that on May 28, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide 21. please, of State's Exhibit number 4. And while we're doing that, there was this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Street?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so please play that, please. Don't wear glasses, hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of what the weather conditions were like at 8:02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Was not dark.
It was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said in your direct, you saw Chow pointing at Cyrus.
Yes.
Cyrus was on his knees, getting up on the ground.
Yes.
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot.
Yes.
And he passed away out there.
Yes, he did.
Do you know who shot him?
Mr. Chow shot him.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store. 4
Yes.
people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
Yes. She picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Chow. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
Oh, so you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you might
I didn't
say.
know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
You see a pop.
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Chow shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
Well, but you're there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. There was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, ma'am, what you said is, if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. You want to read along with me?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to see about midway on that first page under A:, the sentence that begins with owner. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No Mr. Chow
And he
shot
fell
him.
back down. I wasn't asked that. They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, you say you saw a gun by the tree.
Yes,
And the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where the young man died?
it wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? And your answer was?
No.
No. Thank you.
All right, all done? Yes, sir. Tell me question for you.
All right, Ms. Carter, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Our son there, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna recess for the day. We'll get started again tomorrow, hopefully, at 9:30. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone, don't do any research on your own or anything of that nature, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, ready to go. Have a good evening.
Okay, so whew, that was a little bit more. We'll see what they have to do to close up, just in case there is anything. But they're back at 9th.
Nothing at this time.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Carter.
All right, see y'all in more radio at 9:30.
Okay, so they're back at 9:30 in the morning. It's just I just find this very complicated for. I don't know. Hello, Justice Jane. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. I don't know, people. It's a little bit. For me, it's a little bit long-winded for what we need. Just show us the whole fucking cameras and stuff. Apparently, all the cameras are there. The shop was installed with everything. Happy days. Show it to us. What happened inside the store? You know, all this. Obviously, they didn't see a gun in the car. Obviously, she's saying that she didn't see anything. Well, there were times there when you weren't looking. So let's see the footage. I'd rather see the footage than I rely on eyewitnesses. So, with all due respect to the eyewitnesses, I'm sure they went through hell, and I don't mean to belittle what they went through, but just show me the fucking footage. I've had enough of this bullshit. Oh, thunder! Thunder has started. Thunder and lightning, all things frightening me. Da, 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 da. Galileo, Galileo. I better not make you worse, but we have thunder tonight. Badaza, hold it down. Well, we'll see Badaza, hopefully. There you go, and CG. Yes, I had to. Right, everyone. I am coming back on at 10:30 Eastern tomorrow, so we're going to start a lot later because it's just, yeah. They're taking an hour and a half lunch breaks, so, I don't mind them calling them to the law. I'm just not interested in it. I just want to get to the actual part. I'm not complaining that they're calling all the witnesses. I'm fine with it all. You have a due process. I'm fine with it, but I don't really care about any of it at the minute. Show me the videos. Both sides said it's clear on the videos what happened. So all I want to see is the videos. So all this is just like whatever. I really don't care. As long as you can see on the video, that's what I care about. So that's what I meant. Obviously, they're going to have to bring everyone in, which obviously prolongs the trial, but it is what it is. It's all good though. Right, everyone. I'll be back 10:30 tomorrow, and we'll try and catch up then because obviously there's an hour and a half lunch break, so we're going to skip breaks and stuff like that. So we'll soon catch up. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here in and out all day, and we'll see you tomorrow. And thank you for the 23 coffees. I really do appreciate it. We're nearly halfway there. Take care, everyone. Behave yourselves. Good night.